everybody, and welcome to the LPL 2024 Spring Post-Season Playoffs begins now. The race for the Silver Dragon begins. I'm joined by Nymera. We have the honor of opening playoffs for you guys. And boy, what a series we have to start our playoffs off as well, Nymera.
Going into playoffs, really important context is that we didn't even know which teams were going to be in playoffs up until pretty much the last few games of the entire split. What that means is that with our first round particularly, we have teams which could have easily leapfrogged each other at any given time, and that means it's very hard to predict the outcome. OMG, WE, no different.
And I mean, 7th to 10th, all at 8 and 8. Finish the playoffs off. It was all game difference. But before we jump into the playoffs themselves, let's have a bit of a recap of what has happened across the course of spring. It's been a big split. There's been a lot of shuffling around this year, and we have our trusty Rift Herald to browse some of the headlines that have been hitting us across the course of this split. I mean, it's been a turbulent split for many teams. I mean, BLG looking fantastic, RNG and EDG falling out, Azir going missing halfway through the split, Milky Way popping off. It feels like there was so much to talk about.
And, you know, if anyone has seen our lost bird, please let us know. We're worried about him. We just want him to come home. If you've seen Azir, let us know. Fantastic work on this. We had a load of fun. Thinking about what to put on the front page. As if we were to wrap up this split and to give you a couple of cliff notes, this would be a pretty okay overview. It really does feel like there have been some big changes coming through with those player rosters on the right-hand side as well. And, you know, OMG and WE, they're not exempt from that. They've lost some of their own franchise players themselves.
Yeah, they certainly have. It feels like a big conversation, the migration of those franchise players right before esports winter. Very nicely timed joke, honestly. I felt like we got lucky with the timing of that one. But let's take a look at playoffs. Let's talk about what's coming to your screens, not just today, but over the course of the next 3 weeks, because we are going to have plenty of games. And today, the gauntlet begins, right? We're starting right up at the top left, OMG versus WE, but you can see that there's a long way until that double elimination bracket kicks in. OMG or WE would have to win 3 best-of-5s just to get to that grace period and have that double elimination to save them.
Yeah, basically, folks, if you're struggling to read the graphic, if you cut this thing in half and you take the first 3 kind of blocks from the left-hand side, that is your gauntlet. Beyond that point, you have double elimination. So the team starting off here, they have a long way to go, as you were saying, Joe. It is one of the most comprehensive playoffs formats in the world of League of Legends. This really does not leave anything up to question as to who is worthy of raising that cup.
Yeah, it's any team in the first, 2 series, if they make it to the double elim, they have evolved. Oh, yeah. They have become a contender at that stage. But let's talk about OMG and WE, because these are teams that have been contenders before. And I feel like for both organizations making it into playoffs again, after what has to be said were turbulent splits for both orgs, it feels like an opportunity for them to live up to legacy. And again, that's the beauty of this playoff format, is that if either of these teams does make it to double elim, this is their opportunity to really make a name again, because these teams, these organizations have both been to Worlds, they've been to MSI, they've made it to semi-finals of World Championships, they've both won the LPL, but within the last 4 years, I mean, 4th place in 2023 spring, just a year ago for OMG. WE 2021 summer. Anyone that remembers that playoffs, it was a tragic story for WE. It looked so good until it didn't. Just a single placement away from making it to the World Championship. It feels like a long time since we saw these legacy teams from the 2 organizations. So we can take a look at some of the clips from these 2 legacy teams as well, because I feel like that it's so exciting to go back. I actually was going on a massive nostalgia trip getting these clips, because, man, this OMG squad, going top cool in the mid lane. I mean, this was just such a fun tournament to watch all the way back in 2014.
It's my first Worlds. This is the first one I watched. Even back then, this team showed up as well. Before that, of course, Team WE, of course, were Team World Elite back then too. So much history between these 2 teams. And, of course, a bit more recent, say, clips here as well.
Yeah, so then this is the more modern version of OMG. This is last year, and honestly, the game just looks so different, doesn't it, when you just watched the clip from 2014. But OMG, last year, still with Cream and Shanji on the roster, managing to make a deep run, managing to get to 4th place. Unfortunately, couldn't repeat it in summer. But then WE, similarly, you go back to 2017 to see their World semi-final run that was stopped by Samsung.
Oh, it's a huge, like, nostalgia trip looking at both these teams across different eras, as you've been saying here as well. And, it's actually really hard to pick out some of these clips, because, yeah, I remember that OMG semi-finals where they played, against their own Chinese brethren back then. But Team WE, if you look back to kind of more recent kind of results as well, this team has had a hell of a tapestry. They've got some legendary players coming through from their roster as well. They're trying to, again, rebuild some of that. They've had a difficult year or two, but this is a team which has still captured the hearts and minds of many.
It certainly is. I mean, WE, this team in 2021 summer, actually taking down EDG in the upper bracket. Unfortunately, not able to do it again later on in the bracket, but a full 5-game series of managing to take down EDG. The EDG that then went on to win the World Championship. It was really a crazy time to be watching the game. But let's move away from memory lane. Let's get into modern League of Legends. Let's get into what these two teams are bringing today, starting with Team WE. Because Team WE, I think, are a team that have been inconsistent, to say the least. But if there's one thing they're consistent on, it is playing on that top side for Wayward.
It is, because the thing about WE is that, like other teams in the LPL, they don't quite adapt to the map and the new changes to the Rift cleanly, so they have found their own way to be a stopgap from that. Part of that has been Wayward being a monster in the top lane, so a lot of resources go towards him. And then Iwandi roams out of lane as well. When you look at the stay away from me champions down bot side, you'll notice that there are a lot of different champions which can stay safe in a 4-man unit, while Wayward can then just play on anything on top side, which is why we haven't kind of put the clips in from him. But you look at the stuff like the roaming supports and the long-range AD carries, it allows them to one-shot you an entire screen away. And you look at just Team WE just standing back behind their kind of ramparts. They can do this time and time again when they're at their best. Now, we do need to see them at their best today, because they did have a fall-off towards the end of the split. But this was the bread and butter. This was the combo. Fire from long range, have Wayward on lane pressure.
Yeah, it feels like the Jin Bard a huge part of that, but also these long-range mids like the Karma doing a lot of work for them. And, what we've seen so far on this patch, especially at LCK, is a lot of long-range scaling mid, so could potentially be a positive for WE. We'll talk about the meta, though, a little bit later. Let's talk about OMG and their kind of MO, their game plan as they come in as well, because it feels like Viego is kind of a huge part of it.
Cabamo's finest, they've come from the Blessed Isles to spread the word of their liege, Viego, because this team has had, in their last, 24 games or something, 100% presence on Viego. This team has just said, look, we have found a champion which unlocks a playstyle for us, which is namely, see hero, kill hero. You just go towards the first target. I think what's also been impressive about this team now is that even when they don't have Viego, I'd be very surprised if they got it today. They have chosen other champions which can still just run forwards and get themselves onto the board. Stuff like Jinx with resets has been a big pick for them as well. And having these big team fight pile-on compositions has really worked well for them, and they're all participating in it.
They certainly are. I mean, you can see the kill participation so good for Xiaofeng, PP God, and Angel, and it feels like that's a trio that can certainly set the game going for OMG. And when you look across some of these team fights, the fact that they're able to fight well in the early game and find leads for themselves off the back of these scraps.
And you'll notice the teams they're playing against in these clips are good teams. JDG, they took a game off of them. They really messed them around in this one game around them as well. And then there's also a game they took off of BLG too. You'll notice that in this game, this is when they were playing with Langfang and they were playing with Starry as well. It wasn't even Able playing on this roster. So and he comes away with a huge game here, which led us to some questions thinking about, well, okay, if this guy, this AD carry, could come in and get, quadra kills or whatever against BLG, is there even a possibility that we see him over Able today? They've had great splashes of glory in spring.
Yeah, and it's a conversation that we have to have when it comes to the AD carry role for both of these teams. Because coming into playoffs, both teams with AD carries that could have been brought in. Let's take a look at our carry select as opposed to our champion select before we actually do get into our draft for our first series. But it feels like Starry and Abel, Stay and Prince, both teams have toyed with the idea of swapping out. Now, I will inform you all, it will be Abel and Stay to start off our playoffs run. But there is plenty of opportunity across a best of 5 for both teams to sub out their AD carries.
Oh, absolutely. It was just a question that we need to pose to you so you understand the context of this. If I was coaching either of these teams, there would be at least some questions. I think for WE, over the back half of the split, I think it has been quite clear that Stay has been the better performing AD carry between him and Prince, but they did put a lot of time into trying to play with Prince. On the other side, Starry, the question was, has he played enough games to really be starting over Abel? He played the first few series of the split, but then he ended off with a couple as well. And of course, he was the AD carry that took a game, out of BLG for the side of OMG. So you have to ask some questions there and say, yes, he has only played about 10 games or so. I know in another region that actually be quite a lot of games, but still, the question is there. Not many teams have this same similar quandary.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there are questions for both of these rosters, especially down in that bottom lane. But I'm also looking towards the supports in that matchup, and I'm curious to see what we're going to get out of from PP God and Iwandi. Both supports that over the years have built reputations for roaming. It feels like this split specifically, Iwandi's definitely had the upper hand over PP God in terms of how well he's able to influence the rest of the map. That does feel like the crux for Iwandi. Whether or not PP God can match him will be the question today.
Absolutely. I think Iwandi has been one of, I'm not going to say an unsung hero because people have been singing his praises, but even then, I think it's still somewhat bit understated because Iwandi has been so important to the way that Team WE have structured their way of playing this meta. We mentioned it just a little earlier, but both these teams have had some issues with how to play out the new version of League of Legends, 2024 branded League of Legends. And the way that they managed to get into playoffs and the way that they managed to get their series wins has largely been through, particularly Iwandi and Wayward for Team WE. Now, PP God, if he can shut him down, like a couple of other bot lanes have done, I think Team WE could be in for a lot of trouble down here. They cannot afford to give up mistakes in laning phase.
Yeah, I do feel like the early game could decide a lot when it comes to how these games are going to play out as well, because OMG, like you say, they've been able to find these early leads. We saw the early scrapping against JDG, against BLG. I am a little bit nervous for WE if they do opt into some of these fights, and they have been willing to through Wayward as well. We could have some big old scraps around Grubs, and I feel like maybe those scraps could decide the type of games.
Oh, given both of these teams, you can't rule that out because and this is a fun thing here as well, right? I'm sure there are a lot of people who are now tuning in to see OMG, wondering about what happened to OMG from last year, if you didn't watch the regular split as well. Now, OMG are a much beloved team from that last era, and the way that they played was just all in, all the time. Hyper-aggression, trust that you can outplay, and trust that everyone has your back. Yeah. It's a different roster, but OMG are still going towards somehow a similar style, where they are just very, very willing to pull the trigger and have each other's backs.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising, honestly. I didn't really expect that to be the style that came out from them. And kind of that, I mean, Fofo's on your screen right there. It does feel almost polar opposite in that mid lane between the two carries, right? Where you've got Angel, who he's very much leaning into this style of... he's loving a wave. He's loving a wave. But like... Angel leaning into this style of like global mids and mids that can scrap early, that want to be a part of the fight, that he has quite high kill participation. Fofo on the other side, it's kind of a classic statistic for Fofo that's been true for many splits, but his kill participation is exceptionally low in that mid lane. It's one of the things that quite often he's not a part of those fights. Quite often he is in a side lane separated from the team. And the question will be is that a big issue for WE? Is Angel able to capitalize on the fact that he might be able to get to these fights first?
And of course, we welcome back Angel as well. He wasn't playing for 1 or 2 series towards the end of the split, and he comes back with a 3rd All-Pro as well. The All-Pro team was announced just this morning. Wayward also on that list as well, both on the 3rd team. So despite the fact that we have 2 teams which are starting in the first round of playoffs, there have been some really strong individual performances out of multiple people, and that has been recognized by the community.
Yeah, Wayward and Angel both on that 3rd All-Pro team. I think 2 players that I'm not sure they individually would have expected to be on the All-Pro teams. And it's good to see players that are much further down the standings making it into All-Pro as well. It's not just the top 3 teams scrambled up into 3 teams, right? We do get a little bit of presence there. And I think there's already been a bit of discussion on Twitter about Angel's presence there in the 3rd All-Pro team. But to be fair, a lot of the wins that OMG had this year were straight off of the back of Angel's performances. So I'm excited for him. I'm happy to see him there in the top 3, especially, you know, as an old school fan of this player from the Suning days.
Yeah, I think Angel is definitely one of those players who's going to benefit, potentially coming from the Azir being back in the meta. About that one, I think Fofo, of course, one of his great champions too. The player's going to walk out onto the stage and set ourselves up for the very first playoffs match for the LPL in 2024.
I'm excited for this one. I feel like it's a good matchup to start us off as well, because I really do feel this could go either way. I feel like you've got... personally, I'm leaning towards OMG a little bit myself in terms of how I expect this series to go. I feel like towards the end of the split, OMG looked stronger, especially that series where Angel came back right at the end. That felt like a bit of a victory lap for them coming into playoffs. And whether or not they can keep that level of performance up against the WE that realistically have been struggling towards the latter half of the split. I feel like they looked a lot stronger in the first few weeks than they did in the second half.
Now, Team WE, they were poised to be a top 4 team based on their current record in about the middle of spring, and then just their last few series. They dropped the ball hard. OMG felt like they had to scrap their way through the 10th, but it wasn't quite the same kind of fall-off. They've been kind of going back and forth more of the entirety of the split, and I will say I think that they've grown quite well towards the end of the split. I'm now looking at this team, and I am excited to watch OMG. We're sometimes a little bit anxious to watch Team WE. Walking out onto the stage now, they have got a lot of issues to fix in regards to their consistency of their play, and particularly about how they're playing around the early to mid-game macro. Felt like that was something that was working out well for them, but as we said, a couple of issues in the bot lane, changing out 80 carries. It's kind of messed about the chemistry a little bit. They really need to get themselves on even keel if they want to compete today. This is set up to be a very even series. I think this could go all 5. I think it could be close. I'm hoping it'll be close and exciting. Both these teams definitely know how to scrap, but the onus for me is on Team WE to make sure that they are turning up on good form and that they've addressed some of these issues that we particularly had about jungle support and how bot lane has been getting shunted out of the game.
You can hear a lot of support for WE from the crowd as they step out onto the stage here today. Not too surprising, given where the game is being played. This is going to be WE in their home arena, I believe. And it'll be a question of whether or not they can live up to those expectations when they get onto the stage, but also on how well these two teams are going to adapt to the draft as well, because we've got a new patch coming on in. LCK on this patch looks very different to what LPL has looked like in the regular season. But then during the regular season, LCK looked quite different to LPL as well anyway. So I'm curious whether the game does slow down, go more towards these kind of control-favored mids, whether Azir coming back in does change the face of LPL once again.
Yeah, the thing about Azir is that Azir will probably slot into the place that Ari, Karma, and Nico had just beforehand, where they are just like the quote-unquote super blinds, where you have a lot of these picks which are just valuable and they don't have many counter matchups. They're just always going to bring you something. I think both these players are very comfortable on the pick too, which means it's very easy to slam that in very early into your draft without showing anything. Yes, if a power pick is left open, you'll take that over it, whether it's something like the Varus or one of these Kalista picks or one of the other lane-dominant bot lanes which has really been in meta. I mean, I say that actually both these teams are not Kalista teams. We'll have to chat about that at some point too. These are two teams which have somehow gotten away with not picking that champion at all in spring, given how high his presence has been. But particularly in regards to that Azir, it just gives you the ability to hold your cards close to your chest. Azir fits into every single team composition, which is something which stuff like the Nico, the Karma, and the Ari sometimes can pigeonhole you into a little bit more. Bird puns aside, but I really do think that the new patch coming in for LPL and Azir being back, it does change things on a really fundamental level.
We'll see how it's going to go when it comes to that draft, whether or not the Azir, like you say, is going to mix it all up. I'm looking towards the coaches there as well. Obviously, the coaches always come into the conversation when it comes to the draft. And importantly, No Name the coach for OMG, old school fans of League of Legends. We were talking about 2014 earlier on. Well, No Name was the jungler for LMQ in the LCS. That's a long, old time ago now. But he's up against Warhorse today. Now, Warhorse, a coach that obviously has won the World Championship. He was the coach for FPX on their 2019 run. And prior to that, was in the LMS for a long time on Flash Wolves, along big names like Sword Art, People Betty. And we'll see if he can kind of reclaim some of that former glory. It feels like a long time since either of these coaches won a whole tournament. Perhaps this could be the beginning of a story. But first off, let's see how their first draft goes before we get too far ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, and like this is pretty much the worst time to try and predict so much stuff, because as you said before, you know, we've seen LCK and that they're playing Class today as well. You know, we've seen their playoffs look very different to their regular split. It feels like they've had some changes coming through. LPL is always different in playoffs compared to regular split. The regular split is so grinding and grueling for the LPL. It really does feel like it puts your teams through the ringer, and I mean, it's a great way to tell whether they are worthy of their seeding. Absolutely, you have to have longevity and you have to have quality throughout, but it does mean that when you finally get that more extended break to say, okay, let's go into your first series now, prepare for just one team in this 1 week, or, well, I mean, obviously that'll be different if they do move ahead as well. They play every 2 days beyond that point, but still, having that slight break and being able to just kick on the afterburners and try and get yourself through into later stages of playoffs, it really does change the way that teams play. There's pretty much always one team in LPL that comes through and has just a huge burst of momentum. It can go further into the bracket than we can really predict. I think last year it was obviously BLG. BLG came out of nowhere to finish top 2 in spring 2023. Both these teams, they've had some stylistic issues to overcome. If they can start dealing with that, they can start moving forwards, they might put themselves on that list.
We'll find out if they can in this first series. And again, OMG, it feels like poised off of, if you look at recency alone, I'd say OMG are coming in as a favourite. But when you look at the whole split, WWE did show some really great stuff, and Wayward especially. Wayward's stats have been pretty fantastic. I mean, his kill participation is the highest of any top laner in the league. His damage percentage really, really high, up there in 5th place as well. It does feel like he's the way forward for WE, but I can't wait to, get this first draft underway, but I can't wait for the first set of grubs to spawn, because I feel like it's all going to kick off when that first set of grubs spawns. But here we go, the first draft of 2024 Spring Playoffs, and straight off of the bat, the Viego is banned away from Xiaofeng. He will be crying into his hands all afternoon now.
He shall be indeed. Xiaofeng has been one of the best rookies of this class of 2024, and this Viego has been what he's made his name on. So, what are we going to see as our first pick? It is going to be the Jinx. So, important thing about the meta as well, as we come into the new patch, crit items have been changed a little bit. Infinity Edge gives you an extra 10% damage on your crits. Used to be about 40%, now it's 50% when you do those crits. We've already seen OMG take a win off of BLG with reset pylon comps. The Jinx makes a lot of sense for them to try and get that first kill and start just slamming through the team fights.
Right, Jax locked in very early on in the draft. Obviously, a flex could go to Hung in the jungle, but I mean, to be honest, this isn't a pick that the team has played a lot of. 3 games for the entire team. 2 for Hung, 1 for Wayward, but blinding it anyway. And then going to follow it up with Fofo getting a strong control mage in the Hui.
And, still nothing about this Azir just yet. The Hui being a very long-range mage in the mid lane, and one that the teams have practiced around an awful lot, very much helps. In WE, we've already talked about them being the artillery team. It's been a big point of them. Stay away from me. They want to be playing from the other side of the team fight. OMG, they want to be closing that distance. We've got ourselves a bit of a charge of the Light Brigade coming through, and we have a Thresh. Okay. So a bit of a way into and out of the fight. The Jinx Thresh, a very old school combo, keeps the Jinx more mobile than she already gets to be when she gets excited. She, of course, doesn't have a dash in her own kit, especially since Gale Force has been removed. The Thresh can help you get away from something like this Jax. Jax hates playing into Thresh if you have to blow your flash or your Q already to get onto an AD carry.
On top of that, Thresh also just an absolute signature of PP God. It's not been a part of the meta for a while, so if you've been watching the recent splits, maybe you don't know this, but he's got 51 games of Thresh over his career and a 60% win rate across it. But it's answered with Iwandi taking Blitzcrank, and this is, you know, Thresh is an old school pick. Blitzcrank is an old school Thresh counter.
And I love this too because Blitzcrank can, you know, silence you when you go to take the ward, and if you click the Lantern, you aim at the Thresh as the Blitzcrank, and you can pull the AD carry out of their flight towards that support. So there are some outplay opportunities there. It's also a roaming support for Iwandi, which once again fits into how WE want to play the game. They need to get through laning phase, they can't afford to get just shoved in, forced under tower, so we have to see what lane dominant picks Stay can bring out that can contest with the Jinx. I'm imagining something like the Aphelios hits the ban list here, because if Stay picks that one up, you have the Graviton into the Blitzcrank hook, and it means you can also scale alongside the Jinx and also benefit from the Infinity Edge buffs too. It wouldn't surprise me for that to be on the table for Stay.
It wouldn't surprise me at all either. I'm excited to watch this mid game now though. I mean, WE, Iwandi, most specifically, already known for roaming a lot, trying to make things happen around the map. Certainly Blitzcrank could be a pick to make that happen, but the Kai'Sa banned away. Won't be surprised to see a second AD carry banned away from Stay. Weirdly, I think one of Stay's best AD carries that we saw this split was actually the Xayah. I don't think it really works in a Blitzcrank lane necessarily, but certainly a scaly pick.
Does that mean it's Jhin time? Does it mean it's full artillery time? It could be Jhin. You're looking for something that can just help kind of combo up with the Blitzcrank if possible. Yeah. And again, play at long range.
Incredibly strong laning phase.
It's hard to outlane something like the Jinx and the Thresh. I mean, if you play towards the side, it can be... It's a strange matchup into the Thresh and the Jinx, because you are outranged. You got to have some balls, Joe, to play that one out, which is why I wonder whether you're going to have to play something like the Jhin. It has been a WE special. They've been picking it more than any team in the LPL. We both have now very long-range AD carries, which can hopefully synergize up with their hook supports.
So Stay bringing out a staple of his champion pool in that Jhin. Incredibly strong during the laning phase. I think often people forget quite how much of a bully Jhin can be during the laning phase. Jinx takes a while to scale up. So, solid bot lane there for WE as Taliyah locked in for Angel. This is one of the picks that he's been playing all year long. Lets him influence the rest of the map.
So now we have last pick jungle, Shafang, rookie on the roster. OMG, their whole topside changed from last year. This player has really stood up to the shadow of Aki left behind on this team. Locking in that Wukong, again, it's another pile-on pick. You got a global from mid lane, you got PP God being able to start things off with a hook. If a hook lands, this game explodes from both teams. I love that. It means that basically we're waiting for just that one cataclysmic skill shot to land, and everyone else to follow up from either a mile away from WE or to fling themselves into the fray. We do have ourselves top lane Rek'Sai coming in from Wayward. This pick, if you haven't seen it, it's been played a little bit in the PCS and quite a lot in Europe as well.
LCK
this champion,
as well now.
And LCK too. The thing is, you get the two items of the Sunfire and a Spirit Visage, and because the changes to Rek'Sai, she is less of an assassin, much more of a drain tank healing bruiser. You get your rage up, you go burrow, and once you're at two items, you are healing 900 HP per full rage bar. You can be so immovable from the team fight. You just hit people and you get all your HP back.
It's kind of... You think Set has a free Warbox. Wait till you see Rek'Sai. That's all I'll say. The regen is absurd. Wayward on that All-Pro team, getting kind of the flavor of the month top laner. We'll see how he's able to do, pulling that one out to head towards our first series. And I just want to point to that Taliyah in the mid lane once more. I mentioned that it's one of Angel's staples this year. He's played 5 games of it, 100% win rate, 35 KDA on the pick. Angel's Taliyah has been insane this year. He has been the star of OMG, and he's got a signature pick to try and start this series off in the fashion that OMG won.
So, both these teams, they are sticking to their identities. We laid them out earlier. Stay away from me. Play artillery. Play from range. Team WE. Lane dominance, topside, roaming support. That's what they've locked in. This is good. They know what they have been succeeding with. OMG, they want one reset and all hell breaks loose. I think they've got the tools for that too. Both teams staying the course. I'm trying to see how things come out in game 1.
Well, the fans are ready for postseason to begin, and iWonder isn't as Cube charges forward towards Stay. It's going to be the Ghost burned from Stay. He should be able to get out with his life here. Straight off of the bat, aggressive level 1, 2 hook champions in the game. You always know level 1's going to be scary.
So, we've got ourselves those summoners burned. What does that mean for laning phase? So the thing is, when you're playing against these hook champions, yes, a lot of the time the threat is what happens if you already CC'd and then the skill shot comes through, because it's kind of guaranteed at that point. But the other way is, you know, both these AD carries are ones without dashes, without a huge amount of low cooldown safety. So that Ghost can be used to kind of like outpace someone like a Blitzcrank running towards you with the W active once you hit level 2, level 3. It's kind of important. Maybe we now see there's an angle for these junglers to head down towards bot side as well. We're going to have Xiaofeng starting on the top side of the map, Hung starting on the bot side, and of course WE's jungler doesn't tend to hang towards bot side themselves. They tend to go towards Wayward to set up his laning phase.
They certainly do. And on their Rek'Sai, we'll see how he does. PP got enabled though, wanting to start off strong with potentially a hook, potentially a bit of damage coming out, bit of poke to start the lane off. You do always have to be a little cautious with the Blitzcrank in the mix. As the Flay comes out and Stay already taking hefty damage in this level 1 trade. Abel stacks up the lethal tempo as well. There's no way WE can keep that one going. So
you might be asking, why didn't iWonder throw the hook? Because PP God played that fight so well. Has the Flay, can immediately proc the Aftershock, and then at that point, iWonder, you cannot afford to land the hook onto PP God. You have to land it onto Abel, but PP God is playing Bouncer, playing Bodyguard, and they forced them off of the wave that way. Good bot lane, level 1 play from PP God on one of his real classic playmaking picks.
So Wayward, in the meantime, does get pushed under the tower. That's one thing you do expect in this matchup, is Udyr is still going to be able to find push. There are very few matchups where Udyr doesn't find push in the top lane. Rek'Sai not bringing a whole lot of wave clear to the early levels. It's much more about just withstanding that laning phase. Hung, though, we should talk about this Jax jungle, actually, because we have to remember, this was their first pick of the draft. This was a blind pick that obviously could be flexed up towards that top side, but Hung, having that Jax jungle that has been a carry jungle, it started as a Xin Zhao counter, but honestly, we've seen it more and more across the split as just an individual pick.
It definitely feels like there were some training wheels on this pick in the form of playing it into Xin Zhao. You can ignore a lot of his auto attacks and kind of contest with his early game, scale into the game. Feels like after that point, though, a lot of players have just gotten very comfortable with it. As you said, Team WE, not a team that have really prioritized it. You really think of, you know, Na'Vi, Shun, and Milky Way as the big players of that one. We'll see whether Team W have added this one into the arsenal during the break between regular season and those playoffs.
I do think it's an important pick to have in your arsenal, though. If your game plan is going to be playing with things like Jhin as one of your predominant carries, you do need damage elsewhere. You kind of needed Hung to be on a carry jungle, right? If you're going to play Rek'Sai top, you're going to play Jhin bot, like later on in the game. Without having that Jax in the mix, Fofo would pretty much be your only significant damage source.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually, because Wayward typically plays a lot of those carries, but the thing is that Jax, it is not a player that doesn't hang towards bot side. We will see whether there is a play now.
PP God getting vintage with it. The flash Flay to start the fight. What a hook! What a hook from iWonder. It doesn't lead to anything more. But he finds the gap in the minions there, just about on the edge of range. Stay, now no flash from PP God, no sums either.
Okay, but now can we see a Jax flashing onto this flashless Thresh? I think we can.
There's the route from the W, and Hung flashes in to get the stun. First blood on this carry jungler.
There we go. First blood of the series goes to WE, and it's in the bot lane. Not always the place where they have focused on. They typically like to go towards the first grub swarm, which is spawning right now. But still, kill onto Thresh just as Thresh flashes forwards. You'll take that one every day of the week. Sadly, it doesn't go to the Jhin in terms of getting gold to help them get themselves that first item power spike, which Jhin typically tends to have. But still, good start here from WE. Now we'll have to see if they can go towards this grub themselves. It's kind of harder to do that, though, with Wayward not being on that early pushing matchups he did mention a little earlier. We were saying, hey, we're waiting for what's going to happen with this first objective spawn on the top side of the map. It hasn't really been the point of conflict right now.
No, not just yet. But like you say, grub's only just getting onto the table. You'd expect OMG to be the favorite in terms of going for those grubs. In the meantime, though, WE getting out onto the map, potentially hoping to punish Angel. He'll be about to hit level 6 here. You can see Fofo already 6. Angel must have missed a couple of minions of XP at some point. But Xiaofeng starting these grubs off, and in the meantime, WE answer with a Drake.
And this is now a really dangerous prospect for OMG, because they have lost summoners in bot side, and that means it's much harder for them to force on to stay. He's getting towards a Shiv. Once they get that Shiv, it is so hard to pin this Blitzcrank in lane. And already you can see that Iwandi is feeling like he can roam up into bot river, roam across that map. Iwandi on the roam is a fantastic support player, and how WE found a lot of their victories in mid-split. Need to track where he's going to go, but he's very low HP here. Needs to be very careful.
Yeah, he's also going to be walled, so he can't get out. He used his flash to get the previous kill, and Angel has an easy one laid up on a silver platter. Angel now kind of out of position himself as a hook from Iwandi could come on through. Root lands. It's PP God. Actually, Angel flashing forwards and gets the flick back as well. PP God trying to follow up onto it. And the hook lands once again. PP God, he just don't miss.
Oh, and OMG scream back into life with 2 kills of their own after giving up first blood. It comes from the global from that mid lane. Angel able to respond very, very quickly to the bot side of the map. I was very worried for a second about OMG kind of dealing with Iwandi being able to get out of lane, but they find a window where Hung's pushing up really too aggressively. Iwandi just can't get there in time, and just kind of a jungle disconnected from their support. OMG punished very quickly.
I love the way that they snowball the fight as well. Angel flashing aggressively to get that second kill. His Talia looking good once again. Cube, the target here is a flash unburrowed to get the knockup. Ultimate available, and that's a Void Rush and a half. Cube, not long for this world here, as Hung just going to be playing to deny anything. And there we go, final shot coming out to finish the kill.
You know, I like to... Oh, that's a good hook, though. It might be a kill here. No, there's no summoners. Not going to be the case. Hook misses on the other side. Look, whenever I see that Jinx is level 6, I just think, whenever a hook lands, you got to be very, very careful.
Yeah.
I like to refer to the Rek'Sai as kind of the whole kit of this champion just reminds me of a public transport system. I'd really like to see like a tube train Rek'Sai where like every single one of the tunnels and the ultimate are just different forms of trains just flying out of the station as you fly across the map.
Thomas the Tank Engine style.
Yes, wonderful.
You can just hear the pipe organ already in the distance.
Can you just imagine, mind the top gap?
Xiaofeng could be in trouble for a second here. Pretends to turn into a clone, and it works! He gets out with his life, then blocks the W with his actual clone. Nicely done there by Xiaofeng to keep himself alive as Angel starts to hover down towards this bottom side. Ultimate not available on this Talia, threatening a potential dive. Xiaofeng is level 6. There we go. Cyclone under the tower. The rocket's in, but Iwandi still alive. Dodges the zap. Cyclone comes in once again, and the Lantern out to safety. Clean as you like from OMG.
Oh, such good tower aggro juggling. Is there any response? I don't think there is, really. Fofo would have to hit himself some CC, and that's not going to be the case with Abel. Popping that go. So OMG, great tower aggro juggling, and it's going to be kills towards this bot side again. Despite the fact that WE had themselves a great start, things are starting to fall apart now that they are getting crushed on the bot side of the map, with Angel getting to the play and Xiaofeng getting into the play as well. They're starting to stop this Blitzcrank in the Jhin, being able to have a safe laning phase, and this is one of the worries. This team has started to fall apart once they have been given a lot of pressure towards the bot side of the map. Doesn't help that they're losing in the bot side river as well. This is kind of started by the over-aggression of Hung in that jungle, though. That's where the problem starts. It hasn't really stopped after that point.
It certainly hasn't. See Angel kind of styling a little bit on Iwandi in that previous play. As Wayward doing decent in the CS department. Obviously, we talked about the push advantage that often Udyr can find up there. But now the Barney Cinder's in, and the ability to just tank the wave, essentially, as Rek'Sai because of that sustain. It's a lot harder for Cube to just walk up and take tower plates on the Udyr like you can in matchups like the Cassante, for example. It's just free plates all day long. Rek'Sai does a much better job of answering that pressure that Udyr's bringing to the top.
Yeah, the thing about Rek'Sai is that ever since the change to the... This is just... God, this is the thing about these two team compositions. You think you got a bit of time to speak? No.
The amount of respect you have to give to these hooks as a commentator.
Yeah. As you said, it's literally, you sat there, was like, do I have time to spend about 30 seconds talking about how actually Rek'Sai, since the changes, can do blah 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 about sustain and blah 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 about wave priority, when actually it's just one skill shot hits OMG, neurons activated, goes in for a full-on fight. I mean, I love it. It is just the difference between, in terms of how much respect you have to pay between, you know, maybe a team like one of our slower teams, maybe like an LNG earlier in the split, and these two right here, which are just... They're quite rabid today, Joe.
Yeah, and I'm loving it. I hope this is the whole series because I'm having a great time here in game number 1. And I'm glad that we're seeing WE firing back, because one of my concerns coming into this series was that OMG would have a really strong early game. They managed to find some fights early on and kind of just run away from there. But it feels like both teams have found individual advantages. You can see gold difference only 500 apart as a hook lands. It's a clone though. Whoa, they get away with it.
They do. This is why Wukong is so annoying to play against in pro play. He basically gives you a get out of jail free card as long as your hands are on the keyboard and you got the reactions to match with it, because you can just go back from one of these big skill shots. You can make it a lot harder for Team WE to find their own game-changing hook. Dragon has spawned though. Fofo is towards the top side. What flashes have we got? We've got a lot of flashes. That means that OMG can pile on.
So many wards from WE that have not been cleared. One in Tri-Brush, one in Banana Brush, and one in the pit itself.
Stay looking for an ult. He is.
The flanking Jin, but the Talia answers it. Angel just punts him out of the play. There's a bit of long-range damage comes on through, but this will be Drake taken by OMG. And Angel just denying everything from Stay.
You know, I remember back in Season 5 when Jin was really mad at that. Oh, Season 6, whatever. It would have been about Season 6, I think it was. Back when we saw this champion so much, there were two schools of thoughts. Oh, you either throw a Bard ult on the Jin when he's ulting so he stops ulting, or you throw a Rumble ult on him so it just kills him, he burns alive. Stuff like that. Those are the kind of things, right? I've never seen someone just throw a Talia wall at him and say, here, throw another rock and stop him from ult. That's the first time I've seen this. That's great. I love it.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And if, oh, hang on, that's a route under the tower. Okay, Lantern is there. This is why you pick Thresh. Boys and girls at home, that's how you play Thresh. All of the Threshers I play with in solo queue, they're autoing the tower instead of being ready to Lantern me. Watch PP God.
And this is why, you know, we've got to then kind of reassess. This is one of the first Threshers that we've seen in LPL. It's not the first. I think we saw like one or two other games of it, but it has been a rare pick in the meta so far. You have to really retrain your instincts, because you can do multiple things with the Thresh. You stand behind your AD carry, especially if it's a Jinx with a Shiv, with the rockets maxed out. Very safe wave clear. Lantern goes through, you're never really getting on top of that Jinx. You need to be stood behind them though, and this is not where PP God is. They are going to get collapsed on. Is there a teleport from OMG coming?
I don't know, but it's a flash onto Abel. W should be available for Stay any second now. But Abel, I don't think there's a way out. Oh! There is! Because PP God is playing Thresh. The Lantern is perfect. Flashes for the extra distance, and he gets Abel out as well.
OMG had no teleports and no global on Angel. That was a very, very dangerous moment for them. Xiaofeng might have found Hung here, though, and he is not with his team. Here comes the ults.
1v1 between the junglers. Hung, this is the second time he's caught precisely there in the jungle. This time he gets away after popping that ultimate. But Stay gets a little bit of time on this bot lane tower.
So that's some plates, and that's important because Stay has been forced off of a lot of CS in this early game. Has built up the Shiv now, and particularly being able to force out Able PP God from lane definitely helps them get towards that turret. So WE, they don't get themselves the power play that they wanted, but that's because PP God is on the Thresh Express. We talked about the Rek'Sai public transport system. Thresh has been ferrying around and being a chauffeur for a great many years. PP God and Abel, they've definitely been a duo which has been, they've flipped a couple of scenarios in bot side before. This one flips very much in their favor though. Clutch stuff.
Pretty incredible stuff. Honestly, PP God looked pretty clean so far on the Thresh. Definitely practiced on the pick. Stay trying to defend this tower. Won't be able to clear the wave. Has to just fully back off here from the threat. Xiaofeng, obviously, you can see in the area as well. There was a very real chance of dive. Able now pushing the next wave. I don't know if he'll go for a zap on that bush, but looks like that's not going to happen. The reset comes through from Stay, so he'll be fine. In the meantime, Hung gets up to the top side. We barely have talked about Grubs since there's been so much going on. It was 4-2 in the end. A rocket across the map. Oh, it's a little bit too close for comfort, but WE do get the Herald in the end.
Yeah, very nearly the Wild Turtle ult steal from the Jinx. And yeah, no, we've basically not talked about the Grubs. We were expecting some topside pressure, but I think OMG, you know, Able PP God, they picked in this Jinx Thresh, which is a duo which will scale very, very well and has some ability to play around early game as well if they get some gold in hand. It really feels like with the change in crit items, maybe we see a change in bot lane meta as well. We will have to track that as things go on. We do have PP God on the roam though, heading towards topside. Very hard to gank a Rek'Sai though. Can't really do much there though when the tunnel's down, so he's just going to be sat there getting vision and not much else. His bot lanes now go towards mid lane. They've migrated back into towards this mid side of the map.
This Jhin build as well, a bit different to like a lot of the year, this year, Jin have pretty much just been going lethality, going for like Dark Harvest, trying to snowball. The Shiv build, I mean, Shiv's being built on just almost every AD carry right now. If you can build crit, and especially with the IE buff, it makes it even more tempting. It just gives you so much wave clear on the Jin. That's one of Jin's strengths anyway as a champion, and really buffs that up on top of it. This is a build that kind of appeared in Korean solo queue a couple of weeks ago, and people haven't looked back.
So I think it's there was also Samira, like Master / Challenger one trick. I'm trying to remember exactly what rank they are, but basically they were sat there going like, yeah. So ever since the stats changed between like Stormrazor and Shiv and stuff like this, it's just way better in terms of if you're going to build an energized item, you may as well build Shiv. And because the stats on it are so good right now, why wouldn't you buy it? They've tried to take power out of the proc and put it into the stats as well. So it's much easier to build that one. Again, just that clone gives you just that one freebie. Get away from the hook.
So both AD carries able to clear the wave simultaneously, but the Herald slammed down mid lane for WE. Gives them priority. Drake is up on the map here. Can Herald charge through the wall? Yes,
yeah,
it can. I've never seen anyone try and wall a Herald before, and I really wasn't sure how that was going to end.
So I think as it starts winding up for its animation, that's it. The arrow is flown at that point. If you can stop it before that point, great. The only thing which will stop it is something like a Bardock, which go into stasis on the tower. The dragon is up and a hook lands.
This one's important. It's PP God that's caught, but he's still got a bit of HP to work with. Survives the spiral in despair. Curtain Call trying to snipe out the backline, but Cube, he can soak this all day long. PP God's taking the Drake, though. He's just about survived, but that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Oh god, and it all starts with a hook. It isn't onto Xiaofeng this time, it's from Fog of War, and it catches PP God. So dangerous. Teleports back into the mid lane. PP God cannot do the same. Now, without the Thresh there, you don't have the Lantern to reposition this Jinx. We were already kind of playing a little bit close to what could happen with those get excited procs coming through from Jinx as well. They get away with it. They're going to get themselves a dragon, and that's very important for them. It allows them to, again, try and play the wider map a little bit more and potentially look for a bit more vision control, look for another hook again, rather than buying in towards a big soul fight later into the game if OMG were to have gotten that dragon. If they start stacking dragons, they feel like OMG just buy in towards team fights to stop WE, be able to play it as patiently and from such range.
OMG opting to just try and play opposite, try and trade for a tower in the top side. I don't know if they can quite finish it off. It looks like they might be able to, but kind of running out of minions. PP God making a play. Spider-Man's onto the Crux and wants a bit more, but he's hooked once again. It's not a huge amount of damage to punish him. That Aftershock has paid so much value across the course of this game.
And he's got the Merc Treads as well. Makes it a lot easier for him to kind of get himself the Aftershock after he's been hooked. He'll get a little more tenacity. Get onto better resistances beyond that point. While all this happens though, OMG, they're hard forcing towards top side. They've lost mid lane because Jin can push in that wave so easily with the shift build that we were talking about just before. Very easy to get control of minion waves. But on the top side though, you have another great wave clear carry in Fofo on this way. With this though able, cancels the back of state. That might be quite important because if Jin gets a bad reset, that potentially means
wait a second,
you can get yourself a better point. Yeah, this could be another stop again.
He didn't see the ward, and the wall knocks him backwards. Angel's queued in the wrong direction, and a flash over the wall with the second cycle over stay, still surviving. If Angel just queues forwards, it's a kill, and instead it could be a pick up to Xiaofeng, the spiraling despair, followed by a curtain call. The clone buys a bit of space and time, and here comes Hung on the backside of the play. Stun comes on through, and WE come out on top.
OMG overforce a pick onto stay. They go a little too far. If you could have flashed forward with Angel, just throw the Q in the right direction. Stay would have died, and that would have been a big opening for OMG. Not to be, though. WE, they stand their ground, and they save their AD carry. OMG left wanting after that point. Let's go watch this again. So this is the first reset stop from the Jinx ults. He's recalling on Vision. Of course, when you're playing around pushing lanes, stopping backs is very important. You stop people getting back onto the map. And he goes at recalls on another ward, on the same ward rather than the first time. But yeah, it's a really good punish at start. This is a really good angle, but Angel just ends up queuing the wrong way. I wonder whether he hopped off a little too early on the wall and he wanted to queue behind him anyway. I wonder if that's what he wanted to do, try and body block him from flashing over the wall. If that's the case, he hopped off too soon. Either way, the cube didn't hit the target. Stay lives.
Angel forced to flash at the backside of the plate as well. Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. Me too. I don't really know what's... Honestly, this game has been entertaining to watch, but it has been messy from both teams. Like, this is not clean League of Legends. This, I mean, honestly, for me, this is the perfect game to start off LPL playoffs because it's been wacky, it's been chaotic, but it has been so much fun so far.
And it's also been a style of game which I think largely favors WE in terms of what we've come to know these teams for. OMG want the big grouped up team fights. And you can see that WE, they're not giving them to them easily. They have a lot of way to respond to the quick picks because they have long range carries and they have Iwandi on the roam. Whereas with WE, with Iwandi on the roam, can kind of set up vision control. They can wave clear very well with Jhin and with Wei. It means that they can play around their long range combos and play towards like playing around their roaming kind of play style, which has suited them so well.
Nice clone from Shao. He's been good on the reaction so far on that Wukong. You expect that, like he is a professional player at the end of the day. But good job so far there. Obviously, State. Hang on a second.
Now, though.
That's a route coming on through. Iwandi gets the knock on Xiaofang, but he's the one in trouble instead. Abel has so much damage to finish that kill, and now the resets onto Abel as Stay will just be chased down. Second kill for OMG, just as Baron spawns.
Feels like it's like one of those samurai movies. If you strike first, the response is what kills you, not the initial play. Wayward is on a flank, but he needs to be very careful here that his team doesn't get collapsed on without him being able to influence the play.
Hung forced away on the top side. Baron does reset a bit, gets a huge chunk of health back. Wayward maybe has overstepped on this one, honestly. He's extremely alone on the play. But so far, OMG, they're not turning around to find the fight. Wayward goes in, he's flayed backwards and hooked on in. He's just not tanky enough. And the rest of WE not keen on the play. That should be Baron. OMG staying on the objective as Cube tries to zone Hunt away. He wants to get into the pit. It's on 1,000, but OMG get it in the end. It's absolute chaos on the Rift as Angel kites it out. And OMG get everything that they could want. And they even get a bonus kill on Fofo at the end as well.
We thought these games were a little slow this year. We were worried that the LPL might have lost something about itself. I am very pleased to inform you all, we have not missed a beat. WOMG, game 1 of playoffs for LPL 2024. We're flipping it, we're fighting. I love this style of gameplay where we just throw caution to the wind. Yeah. And now after that Baron, it really feels like OMG just buying up an Infinity Edge for Abel as well are going to start on the Afterburner. So, one thing about this play, Xiaofang doesn't have the W at the start of the play, and the hook takes the monkey out of Wei's ultimate. So that means that doesn't hit. No Spiraling Despair. Miscommunication between mid laner and support. That's actually a really huge play. That Spiraling Despair hits a huge amount of AoE damage and slow, but after that point you have to then try and pick up the pieces. But OMG, they have themselves the numbers advantage. And you've got to dive into the Thresh. Diving into a Thresh is hellish for melee champions.
Yeah.
BP God picking up this champion, getting big value out of it in team fights.
It's not just the Thresh either. Like, when you think about Hung trying to carry these fights individually, there's a Thresh protecting Abel, Angel, like Talia is just the worst mage to try and get onto as a melee character. Not to mention, you've got a Wukong spinning around the entire time as well. It's going to be very difficult to hit the backline of OMG as Hung, unless they misstep or Iwandi finds a big hook. That's the way in.
So, OMG, Baron buff up and available for OMG. They need to be careful of hooks still. They need to be careful that WE do have themselves a lot of long-range follow-up. You have one Lantern to help someone auto-attack the tower for a bit. They'll have to click that Lantern away from the skill shot. Dragon has spawned though, so they push up some waves. They're going to get themselves to this Dragon. It won't be soul point for them. Certainly their second one of the game. They'll take that one happily as now WE, they need to scratch their heads and do a bit of thinking. How are you going to then organize this game? Because you can't really stop OMG from death falling now. They have enough gold, they have the core items, all their carries, so you don't have to be farming every single lane on the map. WE need to force this phalanx to break somehow so they can get themselves one of those pick CC.
5,000 gold lead for OMG. Nice wall used by Angel just to create space and secure tier 2 tower in that bottom side. So now slight tower advantage. That's the 4th one of the game for OMG. Nice bit of gold into their pockets. And speaking of gold, look at where all of their gold is as a team. Both carries 3 and 0. See 3 items already finished for Abel. Angel not far off himself. As I don't know if did he buy when he reset there, or I'm not sure. Not 100% sure.
bought up an amp tome. I am not entirely sure in regards to that. The thing is, Shiv is a bit of a fake item in some ways. It's so cheap as well.
Yeah,
it's just
true.
really annoying. I think one of the nerfs coming in later is the fact that Shiv is getting more expensive, so that's one of the nerfs to it. They've just decided, right, this item cannot be a stat stick for 80 carries at one item, which means that technically Abel, though he's on 3 items, the amount of gold is not dissimilar. Of course, then Abel also had full turret plates from boss side as well, I believe, so he'll have gotten some extra bonus from that. Anyway, pushing back up. Stay needs to be really careful. There's a chance for a wall right over the back. He might have to blow his flash. He needs to be very, very careful here, as that wall can blow that summoner very, very easily.
So just trying to buy space. OMG pretty sizably ahead. WE thanking their lucky stars that they got those 2 early Drakes, honestly, because that could have been a potential win condition for OMG with this lead now to just control these neutrals. And you know, will be, but takes a little bit longer for that to actually be a win condition. As TP out of there from Wayward.
There was no way with that. He was never there. You know, you didn't see anything. No one saw it. You didn't see it, Joe. I didn't see it. He was never there.
I guess not. I guess not. He's certainly not there anymore. I don't know if the Scry's Bloom spotted him, whether or not that TP is known. Oh, I guess he TP'd to the minion wave, right? So they would have seen the TP anyway. But either way, Wayward now not going to be able to have much presence in a side lane. Speaking of, he is currently still in that side lane that he TP'd to. But Angel has TP here. If something happened on the opposite side of the map, obviously Drake not up for another 2.5 minutes, but theoretically at least could be an advantage for OMG.
I'm just thinking about the depth and like strength of a full public transport skin line. We have Talia in here as well. We could have like monorail Talia. Could you imagine? We already have, you know, we've got the train driver, the choo-choo orb. We have that. No, we've got that one. We've got like all of the tunnel system Rek'Sai. We've got Talia with the wall. Every single global champion could have that. We could have like airdrop Galio. The possibilities, I tell you, are endless. And I wish I could focus on something else right now, but this has captured me.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who can be the bus driver. That's the big question now.
Sion.
Yeah, I mean, Sion was my first thought, but...
Oh, but he already has the train from
He's a bit too industrial, really, for a bus.
Yeah.
There's a bit of a wet noodle fight. Hunk does... I say wet noodle fight. Hunk's kind of getting wrecked by Cube there. Needs to try and get out of dodge as the rest of OMG have charged on forwards to try and find him. Hunk gets out with his life, but I love the aggression from Cube.
Yeah, he sat there going like, well, I've got the global, I've got the monorail coming out from the top side of the map. Surely there's no way they can respond to that. You can see that this is one of the problems with Blitzcrank on the other side too, where, oh gee, they can play fast and loose, they can throw ultimates at you like that, Talia. We've already got a decent amount of cooldown reduction coming through, so it's not, and with level 16 as well being hit, the next time that ultimate's cast, longer range and lower cooldown. So, Blitzcrank doesn't have the same degree of agency that they had in the very first few minutes of the game, where they managed to get them isolated, well, separated away from their lane, rather.
Yeah.
WE, they have to play with Blitzcrank on vision. This is the worst thing.
Look at Hung, though. He's managed to find an angle to get a pretty huge flank on this Jax. If he can get onto Abel, we talked about how hard it is for him to close the gap onto Abel, but if he's on a flank to start with, it makes it a lot easier. Xiaofeng chunked as well, as WE are very separated in this fight, trying to make this flank happen for Hung. He kind of needs OMG to walk into him, which it's possible they do. Reset's coming on through as Fofo on the other side.
Wayward!
And
Here we go!
Flash in for the counter-strike, but they're so deep, and there's just no follow-up. WE, they finally pull the trigger, but the gun explodes in their hands.
Oh, WE, they try and force the fight, but they're going into the death ball of OMG. And the pylons have been constructed now, and they pile onto this Baron afterwards. Jungler down, top lane down. You're waiting on what? Fofo to do some miracle magic?
Oh, the hook is huge, though. This is an opportunity. There's a pick onto Angel as OMG still on the Baron for the time being, still a man advantage for the time being, but Fofo and Stay, the carries, moving into the pit to try and get this damage down. I1D steps on forwards, try and find a hook, try and threaten on the 50-50. It's taken as now the flash is forward, and OMG, they grab the Baron, and they want the fight as well. Fofo running to the wrong side of the map, and OMG, they maintain their lead, they maintain their control, and they deny everything from WE.
Fofo, will he live to tell the tale? Yes, he will. But it is a pretty torrid tale indeed. WE, they've spent the last few minutes trying to break apart this battle formation of OMG, the Death Ball. And they think they've got it with the AoE knockups of Rek'Sai coming through. You think, okay, with the Titanic Hydra, maybe this will be enough. It's not enough. Too much gold on Abel. Too much heal power from the Thresh as well. Redemption, the shield coming through from the W, which is maxed out in mid-game as well. And the hook. Trying to get to this Jinx is absolutely hellish. And yeah, you do have the teleport back in, which is punished with a good hook. You could argue it's not a great teleport. Just teleport onto the control ward instead. It'll be a lot safer. You don't have a Banshees. But still, it's not enough even after that point, because Abel is doing so much work behind his front line. It really is on Fofo to find some miracle magic. And even he can't quite get it done, despite the fact that he escapes.
Yeah, Fofo just forced away. And that's OMG getting not only a second Baron for themselves, but a third Drake as well. 1 point away from an Ocean Soul. And when your only win condition is trying to like burst someone out and get that initial damage down, the sustain of an Ocean Soul, granted it's no Mountain Soul in that situation, but I think OMG will be happy to have it if they can get that last Drake. And it does feel now OMG are poised in game number 1. They've got such a huge gold advantage. But on top of that, these last few fights all feel like they've been very OMG-sided.
They have been, and you know, the problem is that OMG have just been able to sit as 5 people. There's nothing stopping them from going around as this fully kind of armored shell. WWE, they tried to pull it apart, but they don't even have themselves global advantage. They don't have a split push advantage, which should normally end up doing good work here. And now with the, as you were saying, the Ocean Soul potentially on the table too, even if you get some poke out with Fofo and stay, that's also not going to be that easy to do because it's going to regen, and that's not very good. You got Redemption as well. Knight's Vow and Redemption. How do you even dive onto Abel? You know, it's very, very hard to get through all of this shielding, and redirection of damage from the Knight's Vow as well. Here comes the Death Ball again. Can even defend their turrets?
The wall comes through from Angel to set up for the siege. Keeping our eyes on I1D. If he can get a big hook, maybe something can happen, but it's way with this hook. PP God starts the fight the way he needs to go on, and Cube is just invincible in the backline. Spiraling Despair, can't even finish Shoutbug. He dodges the lightning. Not even Zeus can smite this team. Cube pulled back in, but that's just not the target that you want to be hitting. And OMG, not only do they survive, they take the inhib tower, and now they're pushing for more.
And if they give up a single kill more than that, the resets would have been pretty much game-ending beyond this point. This Death Ball, this 5-man unit is absolutely indestructible to Team W right now. They're throwing hooks in, but it's onto the Udyr.
Cube is like, I'm more than happy for you to hook me, buddy. He wants to be in the fight. Xiaofeng forced to Cyclone as Hung gets a bit of damage down, just trading back and forth between the junglers here as OMG. Now on the retreat. They got that top inhib. That's all they were looking for. Now they can back away, and it looks like they will get away with it as well.
So now they get themselves a chance to reset, spend even more gold. They have earned 3.2k from that Baron power play last coming through from it. And if it wasn't bad enough already, we're getting towards the point where, you know, Abel has a Zeal inventory going up towards the fire cannon, so the first order attack comes from longer range. One of the big things about Zeal items is that you get so much move speed from it as well. And Xiaofeng, this dude, I mean, I don't know how often he watches the movie Dodgeball, but I think that we need to add in, like, you know, we've got the duck, dodge, dip, dodge, and dive. Now we also have, like, W as well. It's not actually the D, but we have duck, dodge, dip, dive, and W. You're going forward on to stay.
Stay, taking those 4 Ds into account here. He's dodging everything, but you can't dodge Udyr's auto attacks. He goes down under the tower in the end, and turns out he could not dodge a wrench.
Nope, he couldn't. Wayward can, as the flash comes forward from PP God. A bit of it. He was feeling himself there, but all the same, OMG, they have been in control of this game ever since WE messed up around OMG's own jungle. It's felt like they have never let go of the accelerator. They have no way to get onto the carries. They're going to get forced into the mid lane as well. There's no Baron buff here. It's not like these are super minions coming through either from this mid lane. But OMG, they've just played around their strength in numbers and forcing the ultimates forwards as well to catch people out of position.
WE, I mean, it's the way they would have wanted to go, you know.
What do you mean?
Crushed by a slot machine. Yeah, it's.
Okay, I get it now.
You know, it didn't really. It was a brute force reference to say the very least, but a reference nonetheless. Yeah, this has been kind of tough to watch in the late game for WE. I like that they're still trying to make these plays, but honestly, I can't remember the last time I1D got a hook and it felt important. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like there's too many.
Yeah.
Like, PP going with his aftershock from the early game has been such a problem for Iwandi. But then we've got later on, and then Xiaofeng clones every hook, and if not, it's hitting Cube, and it's like, you don't want Udi in the middle of your team. So it just feels like I was excited for the Blitzcrank at the start of this game. I am no longer excited for the Blitzcrank.
Yeah. Really felt like as soon as Iwani was kind of forced to play on Vision, kept in his lane, all of OMG's front line got really tanky. You're sat there as a Blitzcrank thinking, well, it's a 1 in a million. You get Abel once in a blue moon, maybe. You need to flash for it more likely than not, and even then, he's got himself a Lantern, Redemption, everything. It's a full build Jinx that can play from Fire Cannon range as well. This is not the game to be a Blitzcrank from this kind of deficit. You need to be ahead of the game. W failed to do that. They're onto the Baron. That might help them. Can they use the Fog of War right now to get one of those unsuspecting picks? It's going to be hard.
It didn't work the first time, but maybe this time. No, Angels found it, but now a rocket flies in, OMG. They just wiped WE. They make it look easy. Wayward diving onto the backside. Abel didn't even take damage. Now Hung trying to cut off the wave, but they've got 2 minions, and I think 2 minions is all they might need on this one. Oh, never mind. Forget the mid-lane minions.
They're
supers in the top lane. Angel will push this one in. A dominant game number 1 from OMG, and I love the willingness to put that front foot forward and take this game from WE, not just wait for it to happen. Fantastic start to the series from OMG.
OMG crushed game 1. There was a brief concern after First Blood went down in bot side. We thought, okay, Team WE, Blitzcrank with a kill in his lane first off. Maybe they can do something with that. But it really felt like WE, with that one invade onto Raptors from Hung, really ended up throwing them their early game plan under the bus. I feel like that's where the game fell apart, because you lose that play in the follow-up play as well. You lose another kill on bot side River. Beyond that point, you've thrown away your bot side lead.
Yeah, felt like a tough early game, honestly. After what started so well, Angel punished incredibly hard on that invade, and the snowball started turning from there. The Blitzcrank as well, lackluster to say the least. We're going to jump into a break and find out what WE have to answer in game number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL Spring 2024 playoffs. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by, I thought Nymera, but it turns out he puts milk in Earl Grey tea. So I'm not even sure if anything he's ever said to me can be trusted anymore. So I'm not really sure who I'm joined by.
You know, one time I was sat in a tea shop and I said, "Can I have milk in this?" It's probably the most judged I've ever felt in my life.
Too right.
So thanks for outing me in front of the audience here. That's great. I love that.
Let's take a look at our MVP as we finish out our first game. PP got, I think, a well-deserved MVP. Fantastic Thresh game for him. It's only his second MVP of the entire split, but you know what? If Thresh is coming into the meta, I expect a lot more MVPs to come his way.
And I love the fact that it's not a team that sat and waited for other teams to make changes and around the meta and figure out what works. They're just saying, look, we're comfortable on this with the crit changes to AD carries. Jinx is great. Who's good with Jinx? Thresh. PP God's great at that too. There's a Hook City bot lane. And right the way from level 1, PP God took control of things. Had a really good trade level 1, just forcing the Blitzcrank to aim at him through the Aftershock if that was going to be a hook at level 1. And just beyond that point, never really looked back.
No, he certainly didn't. The hooks had been fantastic all game long. The follow-up as well on Angel's play here to guarantee that second kill onto Iwandi. But throughout the game as well, like body blocking the hooks using that aftershock, setting up for this dive. I mean, this dive
juggling
was
the
so
aggro
clean.
here. Yeah, juggling the aggro here as well, hooking. And the thing about Thresh compared to the Nautilus is that when you're diving, you can stand on the edge of tower range while you've hit your hook because you don't get shunted towards them at the same time. Then Lantern is out, honestly using the whole kit very well. And then the later we go into the game, the more hellish you realize it is for the Rek'Sai and the Jax to get in towards the backline. Yes, goes through here with the combo of the hooks too. It's a nice moment. But look, just look here. What is Wayward and Hung meant to do? They get completely bounce housed around. A redemption comes down. A shield comes down onto Abel from the Lantern as well. Abel survives on half HP, which is more than enough to run through the back end of the fight. It really feels like, I mean, partly it was us as well, right? But it's partly everyone on the Rift has to then retrain their muscle memory to be like, oh, Thresh is back. What does Thresh do again? Stuff like this. This is a prime game of Thresh being a great initiator, but also a peeler as well.
Yeah, it felt fantastic to watch from PP God. I love the flash hook on the Baron play that's like obviously meant to set up the team, but he actually just flash death sentence, gets the kill. I don't know. There's something funny about Thresh getting a kill with his hook. It always feels so satisfying to watch, but wow, Fofo's damage kind of insane this game. I'm kind of blown away, to be honest, that he's topped the damage chart in such a way.
I mean, the thing is, if you're diving into a team comp as Xiaofeng, Angel, and PP God all flying into it, you're still flying into Hui's AoE as well. This guy's really, really good at just putting down the, particularly the Molten Fissure, just the QE, the Burning Strip in the middle of the team fight. It's really, really good at outking system damage. The problem is that WE's frontline were not threatening, nor were they tanky. I really don't want to see Hung on the Jax if it's into this kind of comp where you just never get to sit melee range against like the Talia and the Thresh. You can't dash through that, so you can't get in there. And if that's the case as well, we need to see Wayward on something much more damaging. This top jungle duo does not do it for me for WE. I think the bot side, these three, exactly what WE want. The top jungle, though, that needs to change. You can see how little impact they had. And this is Wayward who came away with an all-pro third place award. This guy's had a great split so far, and he has been a big reason for why WE have been relevant in spring. He cannot afford to be silent like he was silenced here on the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, Wayward on the Rek'Sai, you know, there's only so much I feel he could do with this pick in this game. I'm not sure the draft really lent to Wayward and Hug doing well, but I do think that coming into game number 2 now, you got to look at this draft for WE. Just reset completely, pretend this game never happened, go back to what worked during the regular split, get some aggression up in that top side, set Wayward up for success, and maybe you can win through him carrying through, playing through grubs, like we've seen so many times from them across the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that this top jungle can have a huge impact. It cannot have a huge impact if they are playing with those two champions into the whole enemy team. You can see that Fofo had a great game because his champion functioned well into the enemy team comp where they just kind of dive into your AoE at points too. He was really threatening into the late game. He just needs a second carry to do something. I also think, you know, if you're going towards the Jhin on the bot side, it becomes even more important that the top side has some impact. The Jhin is there to facilitate and amplify what your team is doing. You are not going to be a sole carry in the way that Jinx will be as a first pick opportunity as well from OMG. And you know, when we're switching around between sides in this series as well. I can't imagine we're going to see Jinx first picks coming out of Team WWE. That's just not their style. They prefer the facilitators and the utility picks from that AD carry role. They're not really going to be playing a lot of these crit AD carries, I don't think, on paper. So it feels like OMG have the advantage if this series meta is going to go that way.
Certainly feels that way right now. We'll see what curveballs can be thrown in to change things up. A dramatically different first game to the meta that's been seen elsewhere in the world on this patch. As, oh my lord, I feel like I'm watching a Vigor V2 Twitter video with this dubstep going on in the background. Rumble ban once again. W still going to be on this red side, sticking to the Viego ban, sticking to the Nautilus ban. This time though, banning the Jinx instead of that Lee Sin.
I actually can't focus. It's too hard of a beat. I don't know what I'm going to be.
Let's start crunking, or I don't know what they call the dance moves. I've heard that word before though.
I'm going to trust in you for that one. Either way, Jinx found a way, as we've called out already. So it means that WWE is staying on red side, but not willing to allow OMG to play that pick. It looked really good for OMG back before the crit changes came through. They played it for Starry against BLG in that series, where, of course, Angel had stepped back due to personal reasons. Now he gets to come back and plays the way in this mid lane. We have seen no Azir so far. Again, he is back, he is available. We were expecting Azir to come up once again. Huge priority in the LCK, but it feels like LPL have moved on to other favored toys in the mid lane.
So this will be the third game all split of Zeri for WE. Prince played it once, Stay played it once. Neither were a success. Fofo going to grab himself a Tristana in the mid lane, so a bit more solo lane presence there for WE and much more scaling down in the bottom lane. But with the Lee Sin not banned, it does mean Xiaofeng can go to one of his other signatures. You know, there's the Viego, now there's the Lee Sin.
Again, just the early skirmishes and the ones that which can just press your buttons right and force a fight. Of course, look, we don't really get to talk about top lane for OMG ever. How many games of Udyr is it now? Yeah, it just kind of feels like Cube is sat up there in Groundhog Day.
This will be his 20th of the year so far.
20 Udyr games!
He's played more games of Udyr than... I mean, I don't actually know how many games LEC players will have played at this point, or LCS players, but I reckon it's comparable to just the Udyr games of Cube.
Okay, so if you're a team that didn't qualify for like, playoffs in LEC and you only have 9 best of ones in each split, yeah, Cube has played more Udyr games than the bottom teams of LEC have played so far this year. On one champion. That is absurd. This guy is just... You know, there are some times where... remember that The Simpsons joke where it's like, Bart, so predictable, always picks Rock. Good old Rock. That's what Cube's doing up here. It's just good old Udyr. He just takes it into everything and he's rarely punished for it, so why not?
Yeah, I mean, look... In previous years, Cube has been the Ornn guy. Now he's swapped over. He's now the Udyr guy. Just loves to play a scaling tank. Twitch banned in the top side, obviously. Expecting some shenanigans there from Abel. He did play one game of Twitch across the split.
It was not good. I remember it. He flashed into Nautilus hooks. They won the game.
I was going to say, it was a win, and that's all that matters, okay? We're not thinking about actual gameplay or analytics.
Yeah,
we're just looking at the results, okay? 100% win rate on Twitch this year.
Wonderful.
Yeah. The Kai'Sa ban as well, to try and slim down the pool for Abel. Could be an angle for aggressive bot lane here. You're against Zeri. Is there a Samira angle?
Oh, I mean, it is Abel, and you get to block out that Mark ult. Now you mention it, maybe you could go towards something like the Samira Rowland bot side or something like that, or Samira Nautilus, that could potentially be on the table. It's kind of hard without knowing what the top lane is, though, as well, because if they lock in something like a Renekton, which, of course, Renekton was hugely blind picked in the LPL. We haven't seen that in the first 2 games. In this series today. Not that these players were the ones that were necessarily doing it above all else, but now into the Rex side, it means that you can't dive into the Rex side as easily because you get to play big kind of disengage, but of course, how could we forget Abel's Aphelios? This is a guy which has picked this up and done some fantastic magical work on the Hitman down in the bot lane. Makes a lot of sense now that it's Milio coming through as well. You now get Milio against the Maokai ult, so you can cleanse out of that. You can kick the Rek'Sai out of the very telegraphed tunnel as well, so Wayward is once again going to have a hard time getting into this. We said, hey, we need top jungle to have more impact. That's typically the way that they've won. I don't think the Rek'Sai is going to have an easy time of things, but iWandy does go back to some of his classics on the bot side and goes into that Bard. That's been banned away from W a lot towards the back end of the square.
Yeah, you know, consistently picked alongside that Jhin, but also just happy to play it with this Seri, have a lot of presence with the double range bot lane, but also it just means he can roam around the map so effectively. Hung on the Maokai as well. There's a lot of control that Bard Maokai can gain on the map, right? Obviously Bard just being able to roam around, but Hung as well, using those saplings can get, you can kind of cheat vision a little bit. So expect a lot of control from the from the jungle support duo here from WE.
And that's the thing though, WE last game, jungle support duo didn't feel like it was firing on all cylinders. They need to against OMG. Feels like if they give early game advantages to OMG, once again, they're going to get themselves off to a team composition which can press the go button pretty well. I think the Aphelios and the Hui, they are going to do absolute boatloads of damage if you give them that chance. So WE need to see them start stronger in game 2 than they did in game 1 and keep ahead of the game. Slip-ups are not allowed here.
Slip-ups certainly on. This is the first round of playoffs, the first round of the gauntlet for either of these teams. They'd love to make it to double elim. They need to win 3 best of 5s to get there. And this is the first. OMG winning out game number 1. Really strong scaling composition coming out from them here as we head into game number 2. Some powerful Gyos today. The crowd are here and they were ready. We had some lackluster Gyos across the split, but today everyone's out in force. They know playoffs have begun and they are ready to watch it.
I have to say, there are a few crowds in League of Legends that can match a really motivated LPL crowd. To the point where, and the thing is, the LPL crowd travels too. Of course, MSI, that's happening in China this year, so they don't have to do that, which means we'll see if they get to show off their lung capacity when the LPL teams, of course, we will decide which ones of those will be going through from this playoffs as well. But we will see whether they can test that lung capacity. But what really impressed me was how loud the fans were in London for MSI last year, because both of us there, you were casting there, it was fantastic, loved your cast there too, but T1 JDG, when that series happened, I have very rarely heard a set of fans between LCK and LPL really just test the volume as much as that. And it's just a good reminder, even into the early rounds here, that some of these teams, they have some fun fan bases which are really ready to get up and shout.
I will say I think the loudest fan base at MSI, from my memory, was definitely the Loud fans, which makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, but good lord, I could hear them through my broadcast headset in the copper box. That was something else. As iWandy steps forward, doesn't quite find his binding though. But I like the presence from iWandy and Stay trying to use the fact that, level 1 Bard with your passive plus your Qs, you can get some good damage out. AD carries have to respect it, but this ward, great stuff from OMG, spotting Hung out on his clear, so they'll have full information to work with.
I've just realized that the bus driver could well be the magical journey of Bard. That could be the bus driver skin. Talk about that as well. We can have, that'd be fantastic. Like, how there's the Winter Wonder one where you kind of become like a little penguin as you go through. Imagine if you just became like a little bus. Fantastic. Look, I love this stuff. It's great. I want to see more of these transport skins. It would make me happy on a personal level.
And the heels are like tickets or something.
Yeah.
Or it's a bus pass that you can pick up. Oh dear. Yeah, I'd be here for it. I'd be here for it. The problem is, like, you got to have the whole kit themed, and I'm not sure that tempering time and stuff with the ultimate is particularly bus themable.
That's when the trains are cancelled and delayed. That's when the works are on the tracks. You see, it all comes together at some point.
Wait, that you send a rail replacement bus flying across the rift to freeze time. It definitely feels like time's frozen when you're on one of those buses, that is for sure. Let's talk pathing though. Let's talk junglers here as Hunger? I can't speak. Hung on the bottom side of the map will be able to go for the Scuttle Crab. You can see Xiaofeng going for the opposite, heading towards that top side.
we don't have Hook City this time. Because we don't have Hook City, it's much harder to actually play around bot side itself. However, if you're not playing around bot side, it leaves openings to go towards different areas of the map as I1D. As you do on Bard, you forget that your lane partner exists, and you go elsewhere. You just go roam across the map. You need to see if you can get more value out of that this game, though. You couldn't get that much value out of the Blitzcrank last game. Don't actually think that was I1D's fault. I'm actually going to throw that finger up towards the jungler. I know it's just trendy to blame the jungler, always has been, but it felt like very early into last game, Hung went too deep into the enemy jungle, got punished for it, and then suddenly I1D had no leads on the map to play around to be kind of like roaming towards. They need to be much more careful in that regards now in the early game to make sure that I1D can continue to be a roaming threat a little later into the game.
Worth just quickly mentioning, in this bottom lane, you can see Stay has reset, as is Kerche Shard. Potentially for a first Drake that could be significant, as Abel has yet to leave that bottom lane just yet. However, is on Aphelios and has Infernum, so still able to push that wave in for the time being. The jungler's obviously up on the top side, but could be an angle potentially for W to go for a Drake when Abel does go for his reset.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, OMG might take this chance now to go towards Grubs' first spawn. We will see how that works out. You've also got the Tristana in mid lane, so I really don't think OMG want to be tangling towards bot side that much right now. You know, you've got the Zeri pushing in, you've got Bard being able to get those magical journeys for extra repositioning very early into the game. Tristana has got much more early power than Angel will do at this point in time, so he will head towards this dragon. However, they do have Lee Sin on the bot side of the map, and potentially go for a steal at best. He has flash, it's not easy to burst him out. Might just look for a Q and an opportunistic smite.
Yeah, you can't actually see anything right now as Fofo falls behind and levels slightly. That is that power combo of the ultimate, followed by the bolt to get your passive off and get huge burst damage. Angel doing well on this way to punish in the mid lane. Big damage on Fofo.
The more I see Hui, the more I just get afraid that this champion will just scale into infinity and do ridiculous damage late game. I have to say though, of the newer champion releases, I think Hui is one of the ones I'm most happy with. The more I think about Hui, yes, he's quite complicated in terms of like looking towards like...
Wait, is Wayward going to ult mid off of a Q if Fofo goes... I mean, Fofo's just going to die. Okay. The weird TP for Wayward. He wants to go on to Angel here. Gets the knock-up. Hung flashes to get the twisted advance. Set up for success. A roam from Wayward on the Rex side. Sets up for a kill in the mid lane.
Nice stuff. So Wayward gets into the play, and you know, as much as saying, oh, you know, of the recent releases, I like players of champion. WWE do not care for this champion in this game. At least they had it in the last one. They'd much rather OMG have a Hui that's playing from behind. So Xiaofeng now, as a result of this, couldn't get towards early dragon, can't get towards that topside scuttle. Did at least get the grubs early into the game though, so that's 3, and then with the Severum Crescendum from Abel on the bot side, able to chew through a tower plate and get something for himself down there. He's back for boots first as well. That's really important in this kind of game where it feels like the engage from WE is not that easy to land, because you have, you know, typically it'd be Maokai, but you have a cleanse coming in from PP God's ult later into the game. You have a Bard ult. That is something you can walk out of with those boots first. So I look at this now and I think that Abel, if you can kind of stand behind PP God, I really think this Aphelios, if he manages to get fed in this game, could do some really, really nice damage. Yeah. If you can stay safe with mobility.
I think the point you were trying to make about Hui as well is kind of exemplified.
Oh yeah, I tried
honestly.
Before he died. Yeah, go on.
Like, hang on, we've got... I'm trying to make the point
yeah, we're trying
immediately.
To make it.
It all
go on,
kicks
try
off.
again.
But the point of Hui being like a successful champion in the LPL, but not in a really oppressive, horrible way. You know, I don't feel like Hui is necessarily problematic in the game right now. You know, he's quite strong, but I don't think that he's like, you know, we've had other new champions this year into the game that have been far more problematic. But I feel like, you know, Wayward roaming down to punish the lack of mobility. Like, Hui has clear weaknesses as well. We really literally get a case study of that from WE with a really nice mid lane gank coming out from Wayward. It does feel like a successful champion, but also a punishable champion, and that is exactly what you want to see in Pro.
Well, it's also just enjoyable to play. I mean, it feels like when you're playing well at Wei, you feel like you've accomplished something because you've used that. There was that one clip, I think it was Faker, who used every single one of Wei's like 9 individual abilities, like for their specific purpose in one 2-minute clip. When you get plays like that, you just feel really good. You feel like you've walked away with some kind of like educational certificate at that point. Like I have my PhD in League of Legends mid lane mages.
Yeah, it does feel like you need a PhD to get that kind of combo off. Iwandi, potentially another roam towards Angel.
He's on vision.
Hung's on the top side as well, but I don't think Angel's going to fall for this one. Just buys himself a bit of space there. He is totally alone. You can see Xiaofeng, Abel, and PP God had all reset, so he was not far off alone on the map, to be honest, for WE to try and find this play. I like the timings that WE are looking for this game to find angles. You know, the roam from Wayward into the mid lane. Now we're seeing Iwandi and Hung trying to punish recalls as well.
One thing which I'm just really quite happy about is that, you know, we started off the day trying to talk about how both these teams have played and how they've kind of adapted to 2024, or at least kind of managed to find their ways around the problems that they've individually been having with 2024. The thing which I'm happy with is that they've kind of stuck to that. There's been no big drastic change between regular season and playoffs for these two teams. OMG, they get away with the fact that they're not always the best at playing through big objective setups and XYZ because they play such big kill first target pylon team comps that they don't need to have perfect setup. They just need to get an angle onto one target and that works. We saw that in Game 1. Game 2, though, we're seeing this from WE. When they get themselves a bit of a reprieve in bot side and Iwandi gets back out onto the map, it really feels like WE can start to make a lot more big plays while they have Iwandi on the roam. They're not always the best at doing that when Iwandi can't get out of lane. If he's shut down, because like WE get shut down with it. But I'm glad that they're showcasing a lot of the gameplay that we've known them for in spring. They are kind of, it makes our job easier because they're known quantities at that point.
Yeah, it certainly does. As you see, on the top side, Wayward is proxying against Udyr. That's right, you can believe your eyes. This is what Rek'Sai can do once you finish that Hollow Radiance. You just one-shot the minion waves. But even Udyr can stop you at that point. So taking a tower play, that's got to feel good for Wayward. Especially after how sideways the previous game ended up going. Didn't feel like there was a lot he could individually do on that Rek'Sai against the competition they were up against. But WE, so far so good. Nice slow start when you've got double AD carry comp with turbo frontline in your top side. Definitely feels good to be stacking these Drakes up.
Oh, absolutely, because later into the game, you know, if we've said that OMG, they're not always best at finding their own objective setups. They just kind of wait till someone shows on they wait until they can find like an angle onto a single target. They don't really get that luxury if they're fighting for a Mountain Soul early into the game while they're behind in gold or behind in positioning on the map. So WE, getting early dragons, that kind of potentially puts OMG into a weak point for themselves stylistically. What could help them, though, is if Abel gets 2 huge amounts of items, because this Aphelios in this team composition can do some pretty horrific things. I don't think there are easy ways to get on top of him, I mean, particularly when you're stood behind the Milio. Maokai's not going to help. You're really relying on a flash knockup from Wayward or a great setup from Iwandi. Easier said than done, though.
Potentially threatening a dive is Xiaofeng, but I don't think that's something that they can realistically pull the trigger on. They will just get themselves a plate. WE get themselves those 3 grubs. So still feels like a positive play for WE. Obviously, OMG trying to answer in that bottom side, but realistically, there's not a whole lot you can do. With a Bard there, diving is always a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, it is, particularly since you can just, you know, you've got the heal on there as well. Heal Guardian. It's actually a lot more peel and tankiness than you typically expect to come out from a Bard. In fact, one of the problems with Bard right now is that he can build really quite tanky and still do a bajillion damage with his Weeps as well. So, yeah, you just have to pay a little bit of respect there. So, and they do, and that's completely fine. Still, Abel's going to walk back with his next base, and he'll be pretty happy after that point with a couple of plates being put into tow. I think as soon as we get 1 item on Abel, I think at that point OMG might start scrapping a little bit more. Abel really can just take down anyone who walks up in front of him.
Wayward just walks in, grabs himself a turret plate, tunnels out, drops in a boat. the true
My job here
way
is done.
he's basically playing Gnar, but instead it's Rek'Sai. But the strategy remains extremely similar. I don't really want to fight you, I kind of just want to hit your tower right now. Fantastic stuff coming out from Wayward. A much better start to things than what we saw in game number 1.
He's like the guy which it's the guy which goes around to people's places, not because he likes their friends, because he likes their houses. He's just like, this is a nice place to hang out. I'll have that tower, please.
Yeah, walks away with the gold. Just like the guy that goes to the houses, you know, stealing everything. Absolutely terrible person. Is that a real person? Do you know anyone like that? I'm not sure any of my friends ever would.
Okay, whoa, no. There's a difference between someone's like, I like hanging out with this person because their place is nice, rather than them. And there's a difference between that and I steal their stuff. That's what we call a thief, Joe. That's what we call a criminal.
Listen, in Doncaster, there's always a risk. There's always a risk.
Hey, you said it on me. You said it on me. I'm leaving that one in
I don't
your
know
hands.
anyone from Doncaster that is not aware of where they are from. It is what it is. It is what it is. But in the meantime, WE tried to steal control. Great segue there, as they get some deep vision on OMG's bot side jungle. Does feel like a bit of a tougher start for OMG. They are falling slightly behind, and WE very much in control right now. They will scale into things with an Aphelios and a Hwei. I do feel like we're kind of set up for some quite nice 5v5s later on in the game.
Yeah, I don't think it's a straight out scale from OMG or W.
No.
You know, I think you've got double AD carries on one side, you have double mixed damage carries on the other side, and when you have mixed damage, yes, that will definitely help in terms of itemization for particularly Cube in terms of being able to stay in that front line, but Maokai's going to be tankier than Xiaofeng, which means that that's part of a front line advantage. You have good gold onto the side of Stay here as well, so that's the first turret of the game being taken for him, which now brings us to a very exciting prospect of, okay, it will be kind of based on execution. Now, I do think that Angel and Abel can position a lot easier versus the enemy team composition because they have longer, well, I think Angel at least has longer active range, and when Abel has the rifle turrets, then he will have extra range as well to play around. So WE need to be very aware of how the enemy carries are positioning, but if they can force them to be playing very defensively and flashing away and being respectful of Rek'Sai going towards knockups, then I think WE can really run down fights where the enemy carries are not doing optimal damage. Fofo and Stay with the mobility and longer fights with the resets and then the Lightning Crash giving the stacking movement speed as well, that is very, very dangerous for OMG if they don't manage to get themselves a good start to a fight.
Certainly can be. Third Drake, though, coming up now. WE got the first two, and it feels like OMG showing a bit more presence on that side of the map. He just runs at Fofo and rinses him. Fofo is going to have to go back to base here. Does have his TP available, has that enhanced recall because he helped with the Herald as well. So will be able to potentially be a part of the Dragon play, but maybe he needs to TP top because Cube is going to threaten a tower here.
Yeah, I think OMG, they don't want to give over a third Dragon. They really don't want the Soul Point going over early. But the problem is they don't have great position for it. So, Abel, Angel, has to be about their positioning. Cube's not full HP either. That's not going to help.
Oh, Xiaofeng went real deep for that one. Has to flash back out of the play, but Stay is free firing and stacking that lightning. It's too easy for WE as they charge forwards for more. PP God and Angel should be able to walk away, but that's 3 Drakes plus some kills for WE.
Fantastic Bard ult from Iwandi in the middle of that too. Locks up Abel, stops OMG from being able to pile on in the way that they always want to. So OMG, they don't get themselves an important fight. They are now against an early soul point from WE. 16.5 minutes, that's one of the earliest stacks that I've seen in the last few weeks. Yeah. Now it really feels like WE, they're going to get a huge explosion of gold, and they've managed to play a very controlled style so far. Even getting the Herald to jump forwards again for a second. Oh no, it's not, because he's died to turret.
Okay, well, you've got a Bard on the team, so they're going to be fine anyway. It did feel a little bit dicey. In the meantime, though, Wayward hitting onto a tier 2. He's got 3 grubs to work with. I think this tower is going to go down because it's so hard to punish a Rek'Sai anyway. Like, what can Cube do to stop Wayward just walking away?
Absolutely nothing. So, grand scheme of things, like in the grand picture of things, we've got a huge amount of turrets, Dragon and kills going the way of Team WE. But watch what happens when we go in towards like the big start of this fight. No, Xiaofeng doesn't land his kick on to Stay, and then you have the bot lane locked up by a huge Bard ult. There's no Infernal ult to come through here. That could have been a big moment. One item already put up from Abel. They can't stand, they can't fight, they can't do the damage. WE get themselves a really, really good step forward in this game, which is important because game 1, that felt like it went straight into OMG's comfort zone. Game 2 here, much more controlled with Iwandi having a big say on the game in terms of how it sets up. That's going into the comfort zone of Team WE now.
I feel like, honestly, the biggest difference just watching passively here is, like, Wayward actually being a part of the early game in a way that he wasn't in the previous game. Like, the roam to mid lane, then roaming into the jungle with Iwandi to set up vision before the Drake comes out. This kind of thing, so valuable. As WE look for something on the top side. OMG are here to answer it, though. And Angel will survive the play.
Wayward
or will they?
The same, though. Wayward is getting involved in the early game, and he's here again.
He's trying to make it happen. He is pretty tanky already, and they just run. They just run, and I think that's all they can do. This Fofo will finish tower on the top side. Great movements around the map here from WE. That'll be their fourth tower of the game.
Fourth, yeah.
The overlay was slightly delayed. It made me second guess myself. But yeah, I mean, this is just a great game. And to be honest, when we were coming into this series, kind of criticizing the macro of both of these teams, feels nice to see this map movement from WE.
Yeah, and I mean, well, if we're going to criticize WE in game one and say, you know, after the early game fell apart, they had no options. Part of that's through draft, right? But no, a lot of that was through Hung kind of getting caught out in the enemy jungle. In game two, you know, you see here just around the top side play, OMG kind of panic and rush towards top side, which means that as WE take that top turret, there's no crossfire. OMG have not taken a single turret yet, and they might get collapsed on the mid lane as well.
Look at this from WE, just charging forward to the mid lane. Wayward finds the flank. He's the mobile radar, and he manages to find a pick in the mid lane to stay. Be a little careful with the damage from Angel there, but he gets out with his life. Has that bit of movement speed from fleet footwork, so he'll be totally fine. And the wave clear with a static shiv and a hurricane. Those waves don't last long.
That they do not. Wayward keeping up 100% kill participation in this game. We were talking about how he is very important that he is getting involved in this early game. He's been doing that again. Very importantly so, WE, they've really been playing well around Iwandi and Wayward this whole split. Iwandi starts to roam, Wayward roams to the players as well. He does it yet again, gets off the vision, has the tremor sense, of course, as Rek'Sai as well, to really scout people out. Spots it here, double knockup with the AoE knockup now added back into Rek'Sai's kit. Combos up for a kill onto PP God. Wonderful stuff. It's night and day between game one and game two.
It really has been. To be honest, game number one, I think a lot of people have been watching thinking, Rek'Sai, really? Is this as good as it gets? Game number two is like, oh, okay, I get it now. I see why this pick has the priority that it has. I see why it's so favored in LCK and elsewhere around the world as well. 3 Drakes, though, and the next one's spawning in 40 seconds. WE are so far ahead in gold, it's ridiculous. 6,000 to 21 minutes with only 4 kills on the scoreboard. This has just been WE pretty much outclassing OMG in the early game.
And for me, the big difference here between game 1 and game 2 is that Stay and Iwandi were not pressured at all in bot side. Stay's walking away with 3 kills. Iwandi's been roaming across the map. They've not had to worry about being pinned into lane, and WE sieging in again. They're playing towards artillery. They're playing towards a little bit more long range as well. Throw Bard and Malachi ults forward. Stay behind their double gunners. Zeri, Tristana. It really feels like OMG don't have many options to engage into them, which is, you know, completely flipped from game 1 as well. It was WE struggling to engage. What do you do here as OMG? You do have 2 items enabled. Lord Dominic's regards very early to take down frontline. I don't think that's going to be enough, though. WE are going to be winning all big group fights, I think.
OMG are just going to try brute force Baron.
Giving up Soul for it.
This is a red and white Aphelios to try and make this happen. And actually, no, Soul not taken by WE. They respect the threat of the Baron and peel off of the Drake. Wayward on his way as fast as humanly possible, or as Void Beastly possible, as Hung uses that ultimate. Iwandi freezes time. Can they get in time? Baron down to 4k, but peeled off now by OMG as WE just charge forward. Stay has so much damage, flashing onto the enemy carries. PP God falls, and a buster shot to blow this game wide open. This ain't far off a perfect game for WE.
Oh, it's damn close. They gave up some grubs, but that's about it. But all grub is up for WE. It feels like they chow down on OMG across the map. They're going to get themselves a whole host of kills, get themselves Baron, they can back off, they can get themselves Dragon. It was a Hail Mary from OMG, but they are not going to go quietly into the night. That's one thing you can praise about that. But they are still definitely going into the night after that one. This game is very, very well and truly out of control. I think OMG, as a team, they're not a team that gracefully loses.
No.
They try and make a single power play to get themselves back into it. This is why, folks, OMG are actually one of the fastest average game time teams in the LPL. Now, notice I didn't say average win time. Average game time. When they lose, they explode. I1D is the architect of this demolition this time. Perfect ultimate yet again. His Bard has been banned for a number of games because of this. Stops the bounding, rush down, buys time for everyone else to come in, gets a double stun after this point, locks up Abel, the one true carry of OMG. And that's it. Lights out.
Not a lot Angel can do to escape there. It's just started just wailing on him as well. I wonder he was even there to try and follow up in case Angel had somehow got away. And that Salt, another ult lands. I1D tempering the fates of OMG as he sets up for another fantastic play. Even survives the dive from Xiaofeng. Abel just about alive, but Wayward doesn't like that fact. Fofo finishing the kill in the end as Xiaofeng now chased out of the top side of the play. And Fofo KS's the kill to finish the job. 10-0 on the scoreboard. More than 10 in terms of thousands of gold ahead in their game. Mid in here broken with the death timers. I'm pretty sure they just end. This was a massacre. WE coming back strong in game number 2 and absolutely nothing OMG can do about it. What a masterclass from Team WE.
Dominant from start to finish in game number 2.
No!
They lose themselves
the
one kill.
The killless game! Ruined by Wayward on the fountain.
Oh, Wayward. Oh, Wayward, what have you done? It could have been a deathless game for your team, for yourself. You know what? I don't think they're going to begrudge him that too hard. They walk away with an insanely dominant game number 2. Now, we called out a number of factors to that. I think the differences in bot lane, I think that really does help with them. I think that OMG struggled to have as many good go buttons themselves this time. Very hard for them to engage with something like Emilio as opposed to playing around pick potential of something like that Thresh. I wonder now going into draft number 3 whether we're going to see OMG give themselves a couple more of those go buttons so they're not just sat there waiting for the fight to come to them, because Team WE showed exactly what that means.
It feels like we've had 2 dramatically different style games of League of Legends here so far in the series. OMG, though, their heads are going to be spinning off the back of that loss. That was a tough one to witness. It does mean that on my hands, there is a series now. 1-1 on the scoreboard. We're going to go into a break and find out what happened to Game 3.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Yeah. Cause all my life I've been afraid of. I keep going for gold. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
Hello everyone and welcome back for game number 3 here between OMG and WE. I'm joined by Nymera, as I said my own name wrong. I don't know what's going on with me today. Let's take a look at our MVP coming out of game number 2 as WE got a near perfect game coming out of the first one, and Iwandi's bard was magnificent to witness.
There is a night and day difference for Team WE if Wayward and Iwandi can affect the early game. Game 1, they couldn't. They got one kill on bot side, but then after a mistake in the enemy jungle, things fell apart and they were shut out of the game. Game 2, as soon as Iwandi started roaming, there was no pressure real bot. It wasn't the draft for it from OMG. Both teams kind of had a bit of a hands-off bot lane experience. Iwandi took over the game in roaming and in team fights. The guy's bard, he's one of the few bard players in the LPL, but he makes it look so easy. 3-man ult here, multiple ults throughout the entirety of the game. Double stun comes out of here. After the cleanse had already come out of PP God, what more can you want from a bard in a team fight like this? Genuinely game-changing.
And I feel like the fact that he's played so much of it this split as well, the rest of the team knows how to jump on those plays, you know. They're so ready for the follow-up. Feels like when WE plays it, Bard is a harder gauge support almost, and the team knows exactly how to capitalize on those opportunities. Great game here from WE. Dramatically different game from Hung as well. Obviously, Maokai versus Jax is always going to be quite a different game, but a much better performance from him. Obviously, the invade on Raptors in the first game, really setting them behind. This time, a much more stable game from the whole team from WE, and able to get out onto the map. And, you know, we were talking in the break about the fact that Wayward and Iwandi, both of them, able to get out onto the map and influence things, and it feels like this draft really set them up for that.
For sure, and you know, we haven't seen too many clips of Wayward in the early game in this game here, but he was 100% kill participation for large amounts of that game on the rec side, roaming towards those players after shoving in top side. Now, after game 1, I was thinking, well, can you really afford to play that again? I mean, in game 2, you know, he wasn't against the Talir, he wasn't against the Thrash. It felt like it was much easier to dive into the enemy team composition. So, OMG, they're the ones kind of looking to bounce back off of a loss now, after being handed that by Team WE. They were on the same side as they were compared to game 1 as well, but they didn't have that Jinx first pick available to them. That was banned away by Team WE. I'd imagine that's going to continue that way. Wouldn't surprise me to see that being on the ban list for most of this series now, unless WE have some extra bot lane answers for it. Don't really think it's worth letting through though. I think Team WE, on the whole, they want just bot lane to be a bit of a snooze fest. The less action there is bot lane, the better it is for Team W.
Certainly the case. And I mean, especially when you've got Zeri in your composition like last game, the fact that bot lane was so chill and you've got a Zeri that's scaling up, able to... The fact that you've got a Zeri bot lane and your Bard is roaming away from that bot lane and there's still no significant threat on the Zeri, that is the dream scenario, really, for Team WE in that game. We'll see. I mean, it's an odd champion pool, isn't it, for the bot lane for WE, but it just seems to work for them. Curious to see what changes in this third draft. Whether we change sides of the map as well will be a question, because WE losing game number 1, going to game 2, sticking to that red side.
I mean, OMG in terms of by stats, don't really have an advantage on blue or red side, and that makes sense. They have some counter picks, particularly in bot lane. Abel's got a very huge champion for the Freddy Cats. Shout out to that Twitch ban, which is coming through a couple of times for one game, which was the most perfect Twitch game we ever did see in 2024. Absolutely nothing wrong with that game if you played that. Whatever, it's a win, who cares, right? But I think as we go into this draft, you know, I wonder whether Tristana becomes also a bigger pick for OMG, because it's a very interactive bot lane pick and it's a takeaway from Fofo, so I wonder whether we even see it first picked on blue side by OMG if the Jinx is away. Might be an answer for them.
We'll see if that could be an option as we head into our draft here. For our third game in the series, it's one apiece now. We essentially re-enter regular season and kick off a best of 3 at this stage between WE and OMG. Both of them with confident wins. WE now moving to the blue side, sticking to those bans though. The Viego and the Jinx. We've seen Lee Sin banned from them, we've seen Nautilus banned from them. We'll see which one they're going to go for this time.
So, very similar though. I mean, the bans from WE, they make a lot of sense, right? I mean, you can talk about meta this, meta that. You have a meta Viego player this impactful as Xiaofeng. I haven't in the LPL, at least. That one's never going to be seeing the light of day. Still keeping up its 100% presence since, what was it, the 22nd of this month, or the one before that. Really does feel like that champion's never going to see the light of day again. Jinx off the table, Nautilus off the table, taking away some of the easy go buttons and pile on options from OMG. Leaves you asking the question, what's going to be this last ban from OMG? Do you want to remove one? Ooh. I don't know if the Zeri's that big of a ban for them.
I mean, the previous 2 games has been Rakan as the 3rd ban for OMG. We'll see if that could be a potential angle for iWandy with the Zeri removed down in the bottom side. W have to go for something blind in that first pick.
There we go.
Offering the Rakan for a second there, but it will just be the Tristana for Fofo.
Well, this is why I was wondering whether OMG would stay on blue side and first pick that Tristana away. It's a really valuable pick for Fofo to allow him to out-push the mages that come out of Angel early. You can still go for something like the Talia in the mid lane for Angel, which is still fine with Tristana, but if you mess up, the Tristana can kill you. But on the other side now, with that Rakan now being left off the ban list, PP God, also another fantastic player of this champion, maybe opens the Xayah Rakan angle for Abel and PP God. And this is potentially quite good of an angle for OMG, because Stay and iWandy, they're not necessarily good at crushing towards bot lane. You can play something, in this case the Kai'Sa, again, similar kind of conversation. Kai'Sa, Xayah, if they're kept down early, really struggle. But against Stay and iWandy, who are not lane dominant, you pick up the Rakan and Kai'Sa or the Xayah, one of the two, you feel like you can get through that early game well, and maybe just outvalue them. It's not the answer which I would have had versus Team WWE. I'd prefer much more interaction and to kind of keep iWandy from roaming out of that lane, but it is an answer to say, well, if you're not going to prioritize laning phase, we'll get value out of it.
Kai'Sa Rakan. I can't remember the last time I saw Kai'Sa Rakan as a R1-2
Yeah,
in the LPL. It feels like a long time since Kai'Sa was this prioritized.
Wow, okay.
iWandy! This is his classic pick. He used to be a Janna one-trick back in the day before he joined the LPL. We honestly rarely see it from him though, like since those days. We rarely see it, but it's locked in, and it's so good against the Rakan.
It is. It's also really good versus the Kai'Sa too, because if Kai'Sa wants to go in to do just the bomb combo, you can just tap R when she's flying into it, and force her out of that play too, or even get an opportunistic Q through that. So, lane dominant for Janna, great ability to outlane the Rakan too, just kind of double tap that Q to stop and get the W on top of you. So, good answer here from iWandy, I like that. It is away from the roaming support style which WWE have typically played towards, but it is a great denial of the bot lane picks which OMG's. You did say, you don't see Rakan Kai'Sa that often as a 1-2. Can't remember seeing that one before. That does answer that very well.
Certainly does. 65% win rate over his career on this pick. He's only played it 17 times, which for Janna is a lot of picks. Like, I think that's still a lot of Janna picks compared to any other support, but either way, Angel has his Talia banned away. We already talked about his obscene stats on the Talia in game number 1. 100% win rate on that pick. Another big one that could be, if you're really focusing on specifically Angel, obviously Hui's still up on the board. Things like Twisted Fate as well, actually. Yep. Something that Angel was very happy to lean on during the split, and also had an incredibly strong win rate at 75%.
We've also seen Galio get a couple of changes coming through into this patch as well, so there's a chance that a team picks that one up. I don't know if you want to be... The problem is now, OMG have already committed to we're going in kind of style. I don't know whether we're going to see something like the Poke Kai'Sa come out instead and just say, well, you know, we can't dive in now, we've got to play from range. I think that's dangerous against Tristana Maokai because they have a really strong 1-2 item spike which can force away from the Kai'Sa before that comes online. Yeah, OMG are just saying, look, we're going for melee ranged, bruiser, diver, melee champions, and just seeing if we can overcome the Janna disengaging. If Janna missteps, she gets one shot. She's not a tanky champion, but she does have a lot of ability to stop these champions from getting in range of her. Yep. OMG, they've kind of already committed to this identity, and now they just need to see if they can overcome the defense.
Stay going for the Xayah. Does make me think maybe iWandy will be roaming on this Janna and just have Stay try to clear the waves on the bottom side. The Xayah versus Kai'Sa matchup, it's a classic. As now the Gragas locked in as the final pick for Wayward up in that top side as well.
How do you dive into this team composition? Okay, so let's think about this, right? Xiaofeng hits a Q in this theoretical situation. I'm sure he'll hit a few Qs this game. as soon as there are level 6s available from the enemy team, there is Buster Shot, there is the Rocket Jump, there is Maokai just throwing all of his CC at you or CCing your team behind you with his ultimate. You have the Gragas cast, you have Janna's everything, you have Xayah ultimate. How do you get in melee range of Team WE's team composition? OMG, this is more than the charge of the Light Brigade. This is just ramming yourself onto the palisade and just hoping the walls break down. This is a very hard draft win from WE by my eyes. You need to have very early lane wins from OMG. Xiaofeng to get such a big lead early that this team composition can never get into the point where they can 5v5. That's the only way OMG get into this.
It feels like the Siege of Minas Tirith if they didn't have Grond, you know? If Grond wasn't in the picture, they're never getting through that gate. You just see the piles of orcs. I worry that we could have a pile of OMG branded
The age
orcs.
of Nautilus is over. The time of the Janna has come.
Hey, look, Janna and Saruman, not dissimilarly dressed. Either way, moving on from Lord of the Rings.
I don't want to think
Definitely.
of Sir Christopher Lee dressed up in that outfit.
For just $4.99 a minute or whatever it is. Good lord. OMG going for somewhat of a dive composition here. Let's see if they can pull it off. It feels like they are up against it in this draft. WE, very cool, calm and collected is the way that they want to play this game out. And honestly, that feels like the way that they have succeeded across the year. Potentially a second win here for WE if they play it right. So, let's talk OMG, because yes, after level 6, if WE are strong as a team and play this composition correctly, it does feel very difficult to outplay it for OMG, but they do have Lee Sin Renekton in the top side. They do have a Kai'Sa with Halo Blades that can kind of pop off in a game. How do they make this happen, Dimera? Sell me the story of how OMG manages to make this draft work.
So, in this wonderful magical Candyland, OMG blow a load of summoners very, very early from particularly Stay and Iwandi to make sure that they can't play aggressively. You'll notice that there is the Halo Blades in Iwandi. This is the first top-level play, Janna, that we have seen this year. You know, Iwandi did play a number of games in last year. The only player who's played this very early on has been Reckless Wayward, immediately going to mid lane though.
Look at this, what a way to start the lane. Wayward just abandons his own lane up top and sets up Angel for failure.
Okay, so once again, Wayward very early impact in mid lane. We saw him doing that with the teleport in game number 2. So, big thing here now is that Fofo's going to have an easy level 2 hit as well. Angel won't be able to push in there. That's a problem. You're dealing with mid lane kind of not being a factor now for OMG, which means that he can go into bot side river. I think Wayward very happy to just farm up here towards top side for as long as possible. So the whole magical Candyland for OMG, where they get lots of lane leads and they get summoners blown, it's gotten harder now that mid lane control has been established from Team WE.
I love the creative roams out from Wayward. I love the way he plays the map. Honestly, Wayward and Adam feel similar, don't they? Yeah. The longer time goes on, the more similarities. I mean, even just the fact that they both pick Darius, but the way that they both love to get out of that top side and gank in the mid lane, it's always so much fun to watch.
I love that you bring that up, because I was mentioning this to I was talking to my brother the other day. We talk about LPL from time to time when we've been watching it on co-streams and stuff, and I feel like Team WE, they're kind of not dissimilar to Team BDS in the LEC, for those of you that watch that region as well, because they also play around, you know, Labrov being that support who plays the Blitzcrank and the roaming support, so you can kind of get out of lane and then make these miracle plays on big playmakers. Iwandi's been that. And Wayward tends to play, you know, just 1vx champions in topside when he needs to, but regardless, just pick something that's so obnoxious to deal with. The Gragas too, to kind of make sure that WE always have a presence in that top lane, in a side lane somewhere. So Team WE feels like they've, that's the way that they've overcome the 24 changes.
Does certainly feel that way. And we could be in for a slow one here, lads. I won't lie to you. The draft has led towards WE really not necessarily wanting that much action, although Hung and Iwandi and Stay moving over as well. They want to contest this grab and Xiaofeng. kicked out of the play entirely. Ward over from Hung as well, so he's spotted as Abel. Has to use that Ghost to answer stays. And it does still feel like control for WE here. Q goes in from Xiaofeng. I don't really know if there's much follow-up available, though.
You can't go into this team. It sucks with the feather pullback. It sucks with the tornado. Hung's off of vision, and they do spot him just now. See with OMG, they really want to fight early game. They have to fight early game. But WE, the fact that they're blowing summoner for summoner instead of like just blowing summoners on their own, that's already a win for them. The longer this game goes on without any action, without OMG finding an opening, worse it gets for them.
Uh-oh. Oh, Abel's forced to flash to the bottom side as well. It's WE burning the summoners of OMG, not the other way around. This is just going so... How did game number 1 happen the way that it happened? And now game number 2 near perfect from WE. Game number 3, everything looking fantastic for them.
I guess it's a jinx stiff. I don't know. I mean, OMG, maybe they just need that champion in this meta. They haven't had another champion that can control the bot side as well as that jinx in game 2 and 3 once it's been banned. So WE... You know, real credit to them for taking that tool off the table and finding ways to allow Wayward and Iwandi to be the players which have kind of just shaped the game. Wayward, very early, influencing mid lane. Iwandi, once again, just being a powerhouse in the bot side. You know, he was the only player in the LPL playing this champion last year as well. He played 4 or 5 games of it. This year, he hasn't picked it up just yet. Pulls it out in an important moment, and it feels like it's a very impactful pick. He's roaming again. No, it's not the roaming support, but he's there when he's needed. Gives the extra shield and AD to Fofo as he jumps forward for a trade here as well. And OMG, they are playing retroactively, responsibly rather. They have to kind of just wait to see what WE are doing first. They can't make their own aggressive plays.
Wayward just walks into the grub pit, and he actually gets the
Oh
first
my
one.
God.
Xiaofeng kicked out of the pit. Had Smite available. Doesn't go for it. Wayward just strolls back up to the top lane again. He's very happy with that one.
Oh man, I wonder if Xiaofeng only had the one charge of the smite, because if that's the case, maybe he wanted to go bot side to contest for a dragon afterwards, and maybe it wouldn't have been up by the time that was coming through. Maybe that's why he held on to the smite. He is walking bot side right now, but again, it's really hard to make plays bot side now, especially without a flash on Abel. Very hard to go into the feathers and the tornadoes.
It certainly is, and honestly, the prio that you get from Zaya's passive as well. So valuable. Here we go, all in on the bottom side. Stay flashes the engage, and Iwandi gets out. The tornado doesn't hit though. Xiaofeng plays it beautifully. Stay trying to continue the fight here as Hung could potentially move over. He's peeled off of the Drake regardless.
Oh man, so that's one of your kills. You needed one of them in bot side. Both flashes away from Stay and Iwandi just before level 6. Maybe there's an angle here now. Maybe the next time that they show an opening, flash forward PP God, make something happen. It's the start of something. WWE need to be careful now. They need to shield Stay and Iwandi. They can't afford to let this get out of hand. They've done well so far. Well in the early laning phase. That's a bit of a worrying sign if OMG can get a lead down there. It's the only way they really win this game.
Could be an angle in. He got on that Rakan as well. So consistently fantastic on this pick over the years. Could be looking for some of those miracle engages. Can do very well into the Xayah. Obviously Xayah, one of these champions, is very good at surviving all-ins. The charm that comes out from the quickness can mean that you can potentially get that CC chain and just one-shot and the Xayah never gets to get the Featherstorm off. Obviously, it's difficult. I'm not saying it's an easy win condition to work with, but we'll see if PP God can find some angles here as Angel threatened in the mid lane once again as Hung moves in, but Xiaofeng in the area will keep Angel safe.
Still, it's Iwandi out on the map first. That's typically a very bad thing if you're playing against WWE. Yes, they did fall off towards the end of the spring split, but when they were winning, it's Iwandi getting out onto the map like that, which was often the start of very good things. With that first death in mind, it's still WWE getting into the second grub spawn. Well, no, sorry, the second
is the
lot
first one
of
still,
them.
yeah.
First of them still. Of course, they stole the early ones, so that's going to be 3 grubs over to them. It's kind of a luxury, typically, because if you're focusing bot side a lot, that's a good thing. Iwandi misplaced his Q. It's the big thing for him. He flashes after he's already put the Q down, which means he can't just put the Q at his feet. And that means that Xiaofeng gets himself a bit of a freebie there. Plate's now going up to the side of OMG. And you can see that Stay had to blow his Ghost as well. So OMG actually opening up towards the bot side. And that means that, you know, with Plate's going over, Abel's getting himself to be a bit of a threat. We're saying that later into the game, WE's team composition, very hard to dive into. The way you get away from that is by getting a lot of gold. This is something. They already got themselves an early gold lead.
Look, it's an open window, and Abel more than happy to dive on in. It's on the Kai'Sa after all. I don't know what Kai'Sa's stance is on burgling. But honestly, it will be thievery if they manage to get this game with this draft. So I guess burglary seems like the correct way of talking about this one. That was a little replay there of Stay just overstepping slightly, having to use that ghost.
Well, no, I think he just misclicked it. No, he was on his way back to lane. Pops goes, doesn't really get anything for it. So I think it's actually just a misclick from Stay. Looking back at it again, don't really think he was forced in any particular manner. The wave was already on the turret, and Abel and PP God were standing beyond it. He gets much for that point, so either way, playing without the ghost now for a little while. His flash will be up in, what, a minute and a half or so. He does have level 6 though, which can help. He's alone in River here, needs to be a little careful.
Stay getting chunked slightly. No commitment to the play from OMG. I think, even though we could see he was alone in River, I'm not sure OMG were aware. And I do think that there's value there in how you position on the map. You so often see, like, the easiest example is Threshers, like lanterning into a brush where there is no jungler, but pretending that your team is there can get a lot of advantages from that style of play.
That's true, yes. It's the whole play as though your jungler's there, absolutely. I completely agree with that. That was one of the ways that, it was one of the most annoying things about playing against players like, I mean, Flandre used to be like this a little bit, where he would just kind of like walk up and just kind of make a mess of your lane, always play hyper aggressively. Yes, he would occasionally go 0-5 from that, but you know, when he does end up calling your bluff, you get a lot of advantages for free. On the bot side now, we see that Stay walks up, get himself an evening up of those turret plates. I actually think Iwandi got that last one, so Stay doesn't get that full amount of gold, which means that Stay is not going to be able to get himself to that first item. He gets stopped off for some boots, and he's building towards a Kraken Slayer as opposed to the Shiv, so it's slightly more expensive in that regards anyway, so item advantage to Abel right now.
Iwandi looking to be the Janna carry this game. Gets himself a solo play. It's not often you get that as an enchanter support. I think just making hay while the sun shines for him. Gets his one moment and he takes it with both hands. But so far, OMG, over 1,000 gold ahead in this one. Does feel like it's a difficult comp to execute on later on into the game. But Static Shift picked up, as you mentioned, and that should lead to advantages across the map. Maybe could lead them to more grubs, evening those grubs up on the second half. That was a pixel away.
Nice run stuff. So we are seeing the Shiv first coming out of Abel. That's a good cast topside. Bomb was forced for that one. Nice play for Wayward.
Very happy with how that trade's going. Beautiful walk away as Iwandi low on HP. The Q lands. Good ultimate out from Iwandi. Keeps himself safe and Stay. Punted sideways, but Xiaofeng can't make it stick.
Still, Flash Ignite away from Iwandi. The ult gone too, so potentially means that PP God now with his ult and Flash can force something there. Iwandi has to back. He doesn't have any sustain left. One of the good things about playing the Janna is that so you're running Celerity, you get some extra bonus movement speed from your passive in Zephyr as well, just to hold things in your kit. And then you're also running Swiftness boost to be able to get back out of the map more than fine, so Iwandi can turn up where he needs to be. But still, it's advantage for OMG. They get vision control over bot side River first for this Dragon. It will be very important to get this one to stop WE getting early Dragon stacks. And again, they do have some really big tools to force the engage, particularly with PP God, with Flash and ult.
Iwandi moving at approximately the speed of light currently. But OMG start off this Drake. Remember, WE did manage to get that first one for themselves, which isn't ideal for OMG, to be honest, but OMG now will be able to grab that second one off the back of this bot lane lead. That Static Shiv, the lane prior that gives you. You know, we talked about the Xayah having prior earlier on in the lane, but that Shiv just completely shifts the matchup. But WE, they want to stack more grubs. They got the first 3 thanks to the efforts of Wayward early on. Now Fofo moving over as well to try and guarantee these. They'll get at least 1. That's 4 in their pockets. OMG here to at least deny the 5 and 6.
That's nice for them though, all the same. If Fofo can ever get on a turret now alone, that tower is going to evaporate. It's one of the big things about this Tristana. Fofo, a good player of the champion, and now he's got himself a good option to play the macro potentially as well. No globals this time from OMG to answer against that. One of the big things in game number 1 was, of course, Angel having the Talir. It was banned away from him in later games in the series. He does feel like Fofo, without those globals to be aware of, can just be very safe playing on his own this game. He can be that solo lane threatening Tristana.
Oh, Xiaofeng brings home with him on the Twister advance and an ult back onto Angel, but he's ulted into the rest of his team. He's still surviving this play somehow, but finally taken down Cube next on the chopping block as WE just walk forwards menacingly. Cube actually gets out with his life somehow. Is Wayward hunting for a little bit more, but Xiaofeng has made his way into Pixel Brush. I mean, he's 3 levels down on Wayward. I'm not sure that that's a 1v1 he wins against Wayward. And there we go. Wayward just passing of ships in the night.
I was going to say, you know, it's pretty bad if Wayward's going back to his emote game. He's quieted down on that front for a little while, but now he has really come back with a force in that one. Fofo doesn't have that bomb, so he's pushing towards that turret. Knows that teleport's coming all the same, but still on the board for Team WE. And as we said, the longer this game goes on, the worse it kind of feels for OMG to be melee range carries against most of these kind of champions, you know? Once you're playing the Renekton on the top side, Ruin is that bruiser, the Lee Sin who's trying to get assassinations. What do you do against, you know, the Gragas and the Maokai continually locking you up? Cube is very lucky to get out alive. Just about manages to outplay with the slice and dice with the 3-man heal just before it. But still, good gold on the board now for WE. Basically closes the gold gap.
Well played by Fofo there. Ults away Cube. And the second he ults, flashes forward to get that final auto onto Angel before another round of spells can come out from the Hui. Obviously, setting that ult up so that he can then aggressively flash, because if Renekton's still there and you flash into him, you're going to be one-shot. No two ways about it. Managing to capitalize 1-1 on the scoreboard here is WE. Feel like the team with the advantage compositionally. They've closed the goal gap that OMG had to start this game off, and now they start off Herald.
And they have really strong first items as well. Kraken Slayer are both already carries. It's a really good point of power for both of them. No huge tank items on the other side, nor is it likely for there to be those at any point in this game. So both these AD carries are going to be doing a lot of work. Kai'Sa roaming up towards the river. Stay hasn't managed to back after getting that first tower, so doesn't have that as all that gold spent just now. OMG, I don't know whether they can get themselves a fight. They forced the all out of Stay nonetheless.
Stay is really low as they move up towards this top side. Herald taken by WE. The 4-man Hurricane comes on through, and it will be a kill onto Wayward. They find one in answer for the Herald.
That's just one kill for that Herald, though. It's not even like in the grand scheme of things they get that much. They lose that turret in the bot side of the map. First turret went towards Stay, as Abel couldn't defend that in a 1v2. That's not the best thing for OMG. Fofo might find an answer towards this top side as well.
Oh, is Angel gonna die here? He doesn't have flash available. Fofo literally just 1v1s him. Cube now trying to get onto the mid lane to answer. No ultimate for Fofo. There's just not enough damage there for Cube. Nice punish here from WE's mid.
Yeah, OMG, they're just letting WE slip off a vision a little bit too much. OMG, they're not really getting themselves into great positions. I think you can tell they're a little bit panicked by this early game. The plays they're making are kind of snatch and grab. They're not that clean. You know, it's a good cue from Xiaofeng, forces the all out for free, but that means he's not there to force a fight towards this Herald. It gets harder to get yourself a really big kind of play. You see the double disengage from W makes it so much harder to reach the target. They have to commit the flash and the ult from PP God, which is something which is a very important set of tools for him to use. He won't have that again for a little while now. WE walk back with a really scary Gragas at this point still, even after that death. He's very happy to walk up like this. He shows no fear.
No, he does not. That's exactly what we saw from him on the Rek'Sai game number 2 as well, leaving the solo lanes and trying to make plays happen. Abel doesn't get knocked back in quite the right direction this time as Howlingale flies on through as well. And the Herald will be taken up towards this top side. Summoner's Drift. No, wait. Where are we going, Lance?
He's driving around the block. He's coming back for an engage, maybe. Nope, it's just that.
But why?
Look, sometimes you just gotta drive. You clear your head, you put the Orcs chord on, and you put on your playlist, and you think, this is good.
No, Orcs is an LCK now.
Shush, quiet, stop, decease. Cease
My
and
man's
desist.
never heard of Bluetooth. Here we go, Cube trying for an all-in on the top side, but Fofo just out-damages him! Fofo just rinses Angel, and now he's rinsed Cube as well. He is destroying everyone in the side lane.
What is Cube thinking? He doesn't have himself burst and Wayward. I think he might be even fine on this boss side. He has Flash and E. He might be able to get out here, and indeed, he's out for the first bit.
Smiling Despair does a good amount of damage. He's down tanky. PP God trying to get underneath the tower. There's the knock-up, and they do finish a kill. Crucial for OMG because Fofo is taking over the top side.
Yeah, with the grub buff as well on the top side, WE, they're going to get themselves an inner tower, and OMG, they are just behind WE's macro. They have been falling apart ever since Wayward and I1D are buying so much time presence on the map, and of course this time Fofo being such a presence on the Tristana. Strongest individual solo laner, strongest member on the map of any team, actually. You can't fight this guy. He takes an inner turret, even more gold over to him. So OMG, who needed the early game gold lead and to things to go their way, they have gotten over-aggressive, they've over-forced, they've gone into Fofo, who now has an Evori Quick Blades, which has been buffed up on this patch too, an extra 5 AD, and it really feels like that OMG they panicked too much in this early game, and it feels like this game might be falling away from them now. It gets much harder into the late game as it gets so hard to go melee range of this WE team composition.
And it's not like Stay can't carry either. Like, let's say the miracle scenario happens where you do kill Fofo.
Yep.
How are you killing Stay as well? Like, Zaya's going to be basically impossible to get on top of. I really struggle to see the scenario where OMG can win some of these late game fights. Angel finishes off a Leandries. Perhaps a way to start melting through Wayward, and Hung will be on that front line, who will be so hard to burn through. But my goodness, this just feels like an absolute masterclass from WE. Once again, 2 games in a row, basically. And OMG, I mean, game 1 was great, but where is that team that people have been getting so excited about this year?
I think it left us in the early game. OMG, they tried 1 or 2 aggressive plays, but as soon as things started falling apart, this team has looked very, very toothless. I really want them to revisit things in draft, and in terms of their early game pathing as well. I think that Xiaofeng and Farouk, well, as soon as the Kai'Sa Rakan came in as 1-2, I felt like OMG, they didn't have like an out from that draft. As soon as the Janna was locked in, it felt like, well, we've got to dive into big disengage team now. Good luck with that. And they didn't have an answer in the back half of the draft. It's been a big issue from them. They don't have ways to start fights very well. You can see that they're heading towards the top side of the map, trying to get some vision control. But while this is happening, we are collapsing themselves wayward onto the top side of the map too.
Ooh, some good damage onto Stay there. See Abel leaning towards that AP variant of the Kai'Sa. Not going for the like pure AP build, but going for that Shiv into Rageblade into probably a whole bunch of AP now at this point. So essentially deciding we can't dive anymore. That's not how our composition is going to function. We're going to try and play for the poke. I don't know if it works against a Janna though.
That's the problem, because if you get enough poke, Janna roll. It's a load of sustain. You have a redemption on Janna as well. It wouldn't surprise me if there's an ingenious hunter for I1D2 in terms of those runes, which means that the redemption goes onto lower cooldown. So you have double AP carries now in Angel and Abel, which means that you're going into, you've got a lot of magic damage poke, but right now, kind of like once you get towards the 3rd item, that's the only time where it feels like this Kai'Sa can potentially be a poke bot. After that, it gets more difficult, I feel like, beyond that point. WE, they are very much in control of this game. Yes, I know it's only a 1,000 gold lead at the top of the scoreboard. OMG still have the same problem, regardless of that gold lead, though, and how small it could be compared to other gold leads we've seen in the LPL. They're split. They're still going to have a massively hard time trying to get on top of these carries from WE.
The one thing I will say is WE are going to have to be decisive when it comes to these neutral. I guess Xiaofeng wants to get the shield on Abel. That's what we're going to say on that one. They are going to have to be decisive when it comes to these neutral objectives, right? Because playing against the AP Kai'Sa and the Hui, like even with a Janna, that is a lot of poke damage that is going to whittle away, and you've got 2 reasonably short-range AD carries there. Obviously, Tristana does scale in range throughout the game, but the Xayah especially will struggle into... I mean, that's where the matchup shifted, right? It used to be kind of Xayah favored, and then AP Kai'Sa became the answer to the Xayah, where a Xayah just can't survive these fights if you do get hit by the poke.
Yeah.
It does feel like WE, though, if they are decisive, if they just get onto these objectives and do start things off, feels like it's going to be quite hard to get any significant poke in time.
Do you remember poke Xayah, the lethality Xayah? Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
That was pretty horrific. Oh gee, I feel like we're getting PP god. Just get shredded.
Yeah, he's just kicked out. That could honestly be a Baron opportunity, or at least you can make them fight you at this point. Stay now starting to get chunked by these W's. Hung dodges it, so it hits Fofo instead. Hung betraying his mid laner here. But Drake spawning onto the map in 25 seconds time. WE not looking towards that Baron. They want to make sure that there is no opportunity for OMG to trade a Baron for potentially Soul.
And you see that Angel heading towards topside, wave clearing through there. I mean, I think OMG, they don't really have a choice but to just play things slow. They don't want to force a dragon themselves. They can't right now. They have to walk through Wayward. And Wayward is chunky. He is,
oh yeah.
It's really strong. The thing is, though, Gragas, it's debatable whether he has a drinking problem. It's not debatable that his drink is causing problems. OMG is, they got to get through him. That's tough.
Yeah. And the thing is, he has so much to stake
There we
himself
go.
on. Great little engage onto PP God. PP God using the quickness defensively is a disaster for OMG. It's too easy. Wayward just walks at them and stands there and says, what are you going to do about it?
Like, how do you get through this fat man, dude? This guy is not all fat. He's all tank. You just don't get through him. WE, after blowing that aggressive tool, it feels like they can be a little bit more decisive again in how they play around these waves. Do they really want to go towards the Baron themselves? It feels like they're playing it out maybe a little slowly now. I wonder if they could just bait towards that Baron and see what they could blow from OMG. They have shields from the Janna. They have the ult from Janna too. It feels like they could be pushing this tempo just a little further, which is allowing OMG to kind of sit there and potentially scale into the game with their own carries. That's my one worry from Team WE right now.
The one thing I will say as well is, like, we saw for a few seconds there, Wayward had gone back to base, and there were 4 players from WE without that Gragas in front of them. And suddenly the poke starts to feel like it's hitting. You know, the damage out from Angel and from Abel really, really chunking out the health bar. So, you know, if WE miss position on the map, there are definitely angles to punish. And the second you do get that angle with Abel being able to fly in, you can just one-shot people. It's going to be down to Iwandi protecting everyone and trying to keep that working.
It's the WE at 99% of their power, and it's just Gragas, and then the rest of the team is W at 100%. It feels a little unfair. Fofo's actually really strong, but it feels like that when you go towards these team fights because, yeah, I think it's been a really good punish from WE in terms of the draft itself, saying, okay, how do you get past the Gragas as this front line picked later into the draft? The Janna as well, very much helping with that. You know, we're in a game which is the 1,000 gold, and between it, 25 minutes, not that large lead, but it still feels like it is a very difficult position for OMG. I think you can understand why OMG have slowed down the game in regards to that now, because they think that, look, we can't, for once, just throw ourselves into the fray and play with the pile-on, just play for the big, big fights. They need to wait until they have items. It feels like they're just going to be so slow in coming. They're getting towards 3 items soon. That's when you're going to get, you know, Void Staff or Crippling coming from Angel. Abel's going to get himself a Nash's Tooth as well, but is that going to be enough? Really feels quite difficult all the same.
Fofo found PP God on the flank there. Will deny a bit of vision here. Will just maintain control on the bottom side of the players Wayward. Continues to walk on forwards. Xiaofeng won't be wanting Fofo. Fofo's not with WE. I don't know if this is the fight they want. Cube pretty tanky at this point. Everyone diving in with the Monsoon.
Oh no, Xiaofeng!
Flops his combo!
No!
It could have been the opportunity, and it ends in tears for OMG.
The rookie jungler for OMG! Oh, here goes Abel!
Abel wants to make it happen himself, tries to get into the backline, but he's just 1v3 Wayward! Oh, he survived somehow! No, burnt down in the end! I'm not even sure where the damage came from. Was that a red buff?
I guess it was a red buff. It would have been the global red buff from OMG, but all the same, Wayward dies, but it's 3 from OMG that hit the floor first. OMG, it looked like they had one final fight where they could manage to get that opportunity to kill some important members of WE, but they can't get it done cleanly. Baron to the side of WE on 4 members and a good amount of gold in pocket. I would imagine they can go potentially towards the dragon after this too, or at least kind of go set up for the next spawn of it. Great cast coming in from Wayward. Fantastic from Hung as well to just throw that ultimate across the team. See how difficult it is for Cube to get in towards melee range, but this is the big moment here. Xiaofeng flashes. Q before the flash though, as it comes from his starting point, not after the point where he flashes. Fortunate moment for him. Feels like Angel was caught out a little bit cheaply after that point, but it really is this Lee Sin. It's harder to play into the late game, just can't quite get it done. And Abel, we've known a Kaiser or two for OMG to fly in and make a bit of a mistake. This one's very lucky to get 1 down, but still. Bad plays all apart from OMG.
So close to finishing off Stay, but unfortunately the damage just not quite there. About 100 away from getting the kill on his opposite member. The fact he's able to get Wayward at all is like a bit of a miracle, honestly, for OMG in that play. But I don't think it matters in the grand scheme of things, as WE now just start the siege, and again, it's so difficult to engage onto this composition. Compositions with this much disengage are so good at sieging, and not to mention a double AD carry. How do you stop WE just destroying your base brick by brick?
This is not one which I think the architects can solve. The foundations of this house are not looking particularly solid. OMG, they do have 3 items onto Abel. That's okay. And that's good. You get the the W poke is going to hurt even more, and you're going to have yourself even more damage when you start actually getting through the Rage Blade, Nash's Tooth procs as well with the passive. How much are you realistically going to do though? Good cues, good disengage, great bomb.
Oh, beautifully done from WE. Feels like OMG are the three little piggies right now, and this house made of straw. WE, they know how to blow, and they are blowing this map wide open. I mean, they've got literally Wind Woman on the team. Their super strength is destroying straw at this point, walking this one in. I mean, it's just beautiful to see from WE. Fofo, by the way, has literally every single kill for WE.
Yeah.
He is 7-0-0 on the Tristana. This is like one of the best games of his entire career, I'm pretty sure.
And, I mean, we saw a great game from Angel on the other side coming in from these mid lane champion players as well earlier in the series from OMG's win. Both of these mid laners have struggled to find themselves a bit of a home in the LPL. They've been between teams multiple times. It feels like Angel and Fofo both been hopping between, kind of wandering Ronin.
So good.
That's such a good bomb back into the team, but Fofo gets the kill, the bomb on the tower. I didn't even realize that. There we pop. It really does feel like Fofo, it's been a really big game for him. Both of these mid laners just trying to find a bit more of a stable home in the LPL.
And on top of that, like, replacing Shanks, who was the franchise player for WE, he was the guy that replaced Teachamar, he was the guy that kind of developed this new identity for the team. Tongue just takes a chunk, but he'll be okay. And it feels like Fofo had a lot of work on his shoulders to try and replace a name like that within an organization. But so far in this series, it feels like he's absolutely making it happen. Wayward 2 on the top side as Cube barely survives the play. The tower will be whittled away. PP God, I mean, he's desperately trying to find something, but there's just nothing to find. Even if you get a 5-man knockup, can anyone follow up?
All the hard work which they just did, 400 heal onto every single member from the Redemption as well. General still available. They can't do anything. This is obnoxious.
This is horrendous to have to play against. Wayward has so much sustain as well in of his own. The Monsoon comes through, and look at that, full health bars basically across the team. It's only Hung and Wayward that are chunked, and the towers will fall. WE unstoppable with this composition. Not quite as clean as the last game, but still about as clean as you could ask for. Absolutely beautiful stuff, and they are toying with OMG as they finish this third game.
What an insane game from WE. And in particular, what an insane recognition and draft that they could checkmate OMG very, very early on. Very early Journal lock-in. The Gragas later on as well became such an issue. And the way that they played through the picks beyond that point really made things so difficult for OMG. I mean, Wayward goes into mid lane to make sure that there was nothing left in terms of an early kind of option for Xiaofeng to go towards mid lane. Bot lane, what do you do as Rakan versus the Janna? They get one kill luckily down there, but it's not enough to flip the game. OMG, they need to be so careful in the draft right now to not show their hands so early, because this felt unplayable.
It really did. This felt basically impossible. Yeah, you got a couple of kills earlier. That was like the small sliver of hope, but that was literally all they had. And you know, hope's not even in this matchup anymore. We're going to jump to a quick break, and then WE honestly looking like maybe a 3-1 after the break. I really hope, though, we get more from OMG. We need to see more right after this.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Yeah. You really got nothing to prove. 'Cause all my life I've been afraid of. I keep going but go. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Nomeria as we head to game number 4 of our playoffs. And my God, we are flying through this series. And WE, after a disastrous game number 1, now just feel like they've got into their stride. Maybe they just needed a warm-up game.
Maybe they did, giving them one for hope. One for hope at that point. I think, you know, I came in today thinking that W would be a lot easier to shut down than they have been today. I think actually OMG have been the ones that have been shut down. I think that without easy answers in games 2 and 3 to Iwandi being on the roam, to Wayward getting involved into the early game as well, they haven't really had any of the tools, particularly to shut down Fofo, Slam, dunking them. 100% kill participation, 7-0. He is the carry from this mid lane, and he absolutely just dunks all over them. That is a great transition. I love that. That's fantastic.
Fofo, 100% kill participation with 0 assists. The man was a one-man army in this one. Gets a solo kill on Angel in the top side. It didn't count as a solo kill because of this redemption, but let's be honest, this was essentially a solo kill as well in the top lane. Beats both solo laners in a single game.
So this is the James Bond of League of Legends. We don't have 007, that's a license to assist. The license to kill is 7-0-0. Fofo in the mid lane, he's doing some mighty work here and bringing home the lion's share of the damage. And real impact in this game. We were wondering before this game, in fact, hey, what about the Tristana as a first pick for OMG? Take that away so you can use that for bot lane. I think now we need to see OMG on blue side picking that Tristana first pick so they can put that down towards bot side. I don't really think that, you know, Angel's been playing that one this year, but I really feel like that needs to be a takeaway now. Fofo cannot be allowed to have that level of carry performance again.
No, he absolutely can't. Something's got to change here for OMG in this final draft, and it feels like they really want to go for these like dive-style compositions, but it feels like it's been read so well by WE in these last 2 games. Something's got to change. Something has to give. You can see the face is looking somewhat dejected there from OMG. Not too surprising as we head to this 4th game. And if you're a fan of WE, you'll be hoping this is the last game, and you'd be confident, honestly, because of how these last 2 games have gone. But OMG game number 1? Like, just slam the Thresh again. Let's just have more PP God Thresh. Like, let's just have more playmaking ability across the team, because honestly, it's just not looked doable with these last couple of comps.
You know, I don't mind it being on Milio if you have the Tristana Milio, which they have really wrecked bot side with before. But you have to have interaction on bot side. And with that, you need to have some go button somewhere. I don't want to see Sherfung on the Lee Sin if you're going it too early without realizing what the Lee Sin's going into. I think globally, we are seeing Lee Sin blind pick being punished more and more by heavy disengaged teams, by Poppy, by Talia, by other picks, which can stop Lee Sin from having easy access onto the backline. I think that's going to be a big problem too. And now we stand at a point where the last time WE beat OMG in a series was 2021 Summer Playoffs. That's 2.5 years ago. That means that we've had, you know, a lot of different iterations now of these rosters which have gone the side of OMG. There was an NEST in there as well, but the last time they beat them in LPL, it has been a long time since WE have had the leg up on this competition. You know, even today, I thought OMG would have the leg up here as well, even though there was 1 game between them from regular split. It was 1 game difference, and that was the difference maker between the 2 of them. It really felt to me like OMG should have that, but WE have come back with some really good draft prep and really good recovery from the back end of the split.
Does feel like they're back in stride as we head towards our champ select here for game number 4 of the series. WE, they feel like they know how to move forwards here. The Jinx ban once again, the Viego ban once again. No substitutions either. We talked about both teams having another AD carry available within their lineups, not wanting to change things up here. The Xin Zhao, the Rumble, Varus removed. Won't be surprised to see potentially that Lee Sin ban that we keep on seeing, or the Nautilus. There we go.
Yeah, I think the Nautilus away from PP God denies a lot of the more interactive bot sides. And the Tristana first pick, thank you. I really think in game 3, OMG dropped the ball by not going over to blue side, not choosing that into like first pick or ban away that Tristana if they are on red side. I really feel like that was a mistake, but they've rectified that in game 4. Now, WE, do you have an answer to the Tristana first pick yourselves? They're looking in the Zeri. That was very powerful for Stay. Game number 2, which they walked away with the Tristana Zeri double carries, and finally Iwandi gets himself a Rakan game.
Rakan still maintaining priority as Sharfon gets his Lee Sin and a Renata for PP God as well. Now, important note on that Renata, neither of these teams likes Kalista. There hasn't been any Kalista bans today because neither team plays Kalista. We've seen so little Kalista from either of these teams, and we've seen both of them consistently ban the pick away. So that Renata locked in for PP God, but whether or not we get a Kalista alongside it, I'd say probably not.
No, I mean, I am almost certain that this is going to be Abel going towards the Tristana. He was playing it last year in bot lane out of meta, and basically made it meta in that bot side, and it was banned against OMG an awful lot in their 2023 roster. Coming into this one, you know, you've now got Renata, who can both buff up the attack speed and the movement speed of Tristana. Works very well against the Rakan too. You can kind of handshake him out of his grand entrance. That can be very important. But the problem is here in the other part of this draft, you now have 2 Dash champions going into a Poppy, which is likely going to the jungle for Team WE as well. And it's another blind pick Lee Sin, which can potentially get very, very punished. It wouldn't surprise me now to see Wayward once again going towards something like that Gragas, which can kind of bop people out of the play. Might also be something like an angle for... Well, I would have almost suggested the Talia for Fofo, but that's been banned away by WE.
Kind of funny to see the Azir ban, honestly. It
yeah,
feels
he's
like
here and available, folks.
Azir is finally back and available. We've got Fofo in the series against Angel, 2 prolific Azir players. It's not been touched so far this series, but now with the Tristana taken away from Fofo with the Talia banned, it is going to be that Azir removed from the mix as well. You could ban Hui as well if you want to. Depends whether Angel wants that for himself, but I don't know. It depends whether you think you would be able to get it for yourself.
There we go. So it is going to be taken away from Fofo. The thing is, I feel like if you lock in Hui on the other side, you're a lot of the time I think you're happy to play Tristana into that one. And now so Fofo, he's had his pool pinched a little bit. If he wants to play something backline DPS, what have you got available for that? You're really going to last pick your mid lane. You potentially can do. Wayward, I think this is a happy blind pick for him as well.
Yeah, the Rek'Sai, just so difficult to deal with in that top side on this patch. We've seen it across the world. And Wayward clearly has been practicing as Angel goes for the blind pick mid of the Annie. And Cube going to take this Udyr matchup. We got one game of Cube, not on Udyr. I think that's an absolute win. This will be his, I think, 21st game of Udyr this year, as it's his 3rd game of it in this series. So that same old matchup up top, and the Karma made it all the way to the final pick for Fofo to lock it in.
So Karma tends to beat out the Annie very early on, and then most of the laning phase actually. The bonus of this Annie is once you get out of laning phase, Poppy can't stop flashes, can stop dashes, but not Angel going forwards for a big Tibbers. Now, that can potentially set up for big team fight. You need an engage, team fight engage coming in from somewhere. Renata all is good as secondary engage, but besides that, you've not really got the best ability to lock down team fight AoE. So a lot of responsibility on Angel in this mid lane. Both these mid laners, we talked about it in that last game, they've been trying to find themselves homes. Neither of these players have really lasted more than a year on a team for the last kind of stretch of their career. They used to be almost franchise players for their last teams. Angel on Suning, you've got Fofo, who was back on J-Team back in the day as well, back there for multiple years. Beyond that, they have not really found a place to plant their roots. Now it is coming down to the quick, down to that edge of the knife here to survive in LPL playoffs. They want to make sure that they've got themselves a bit more of a homestead underneath them.
They want to stamp their name onto these organizations. Like you say, both of them bouncing around the LPL. Angel feels like he has been becoming somewhat of a franchise name on OMG this split. Manages to get 3rd All-Pro team in the mid lane, but can he redeem OMG as we head into game number 4? WE on match point, on series point. Remember, this is the gauntlet. No double elimination just yet. OMG a single loss away from elimination as WE stand poised here in game 4. It feels like the OMG fans are losing faith. As the WE, it's been pretty even so far today. The WEJO now far outstripping that of OMG. And honestly, I'm not that surprised. It's been such a disappointing series from OMG in these last 2 games.
Yeah.
WE have felt far away from them. This composition, though, does feel a little bit more playable than what we've been seeing in the rest of the series from OMG.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that OMG, they've kind of sleptwalked their way into a couple of really bad drafts in their losses, and credit to WE having good counters available for it. Cube's going to walk into a Tremor Sense. They know he's going to walk around the corner, which means that he's going to take a big trade. That's a problem. He's not going to be able to get back towards lane after regenning in base, which means that Wayward is probably going to get himself a good early phase of that lane now as well. Jungle pathing, both going top to bot side. We'll see if Hung actually goes from top, goes down towards bots and does a bit of a reverse clip. But I'd imagine both of these lanes, both these junglers want to go towards bot side and influence this Tristana Renata lane.
We'll see if they can get into that lane and start someone off with a lead. I'm looking towards Abel, who, you know, we're talking about the mid laners and potentially being franchise players. I mean, Abel really is the franchise player for OMG. On that Tristana, a signature pick for him, on a pick that he can really actively influence the game. Does feel like this is the opportunity for OMG to somewhat redeem themselves for the previous 2 games. See if they can make it happen. Obviously, Udyr up on the top side. We saw him chunked as the laning phase started. I don't know if it even matters. The amount of sustain this champion has once he's hit level 2. Gets that turtle stance. He's going to be just about fine. As we'll see how this early game is going to pan out. As you mentioned, the jungle is pathing towards the bottom side. Hung's just finished his red. He's already moving down towards that lane. Hard engage available for the side of WE. Bit more difficult for OMG, but the flash handshake is a play we've seen a few times across the course of this year.
Look,
God certainly able.
Look, folks, LPL observers are really quite like savage. Just assume they're not able missing the cannon there, by the way, with a bomb burst on it. So shame for him on that one. But we are releasing Abel and PPO, getting wave control. I mean, with the explosive shot, you tend to do so. The big thing about Renata being played alongside attack speed carries in particularly ones that go lethal tempo, is that you can stack up your lethal tempo, and instead of playing around your HP hitting 0, you play around it hitting, well, around it, rather it not hitting 0. You play around it hitting 0 and then killing people with your lethal tempo stacked up and just turning and burning onto a target to get yourself that reset. Particularly with Tristana in early game, you need a couple of levels to get yourself the full bomb charge. However, if you do manage to survive a little longer, stack up your lethal tempo, and then play around the bailout, you can pop that bomb earlier into the game than you would do otherwise. That's typically where a lot of Tristanas have actually gone towards Halo Blades in the past as well for very early kill lanes in bot side. Renata can very much be a threat towards the bot side, and with Xiaofeng taking their bot side scuttle, that can help them continually push.
Ward actually going to be committed by Xiaofeng. Suspected Hung might be sticking around on the play. And realizes that is the case. Hung moves up to the top side. He'll be able to get that Scuttle Crab. His Raptors are respawning as well as Wayward. I don't know if going back to that other tunnel was the play. My goodness. I think that was a misclick. And my God, it could have been a solo kill.
That it could have been. He goes right back into the Wingborn Storm. That extra kind of burning hits around Cube. So Wayward, despite the fact that he came into lane with a huge health advantage against Udyr, blows the flash early. And you're absolutely right. Didn't matter at all as soon as that turtle stance was unlocked to sustain through from Cube. And this is now another issue. So, what's our checklist for Team WE? Wayward with individual pressure, getting involved early. Well, that might be a problem now. You're blowing flashes against this Udyr. And then the other thing is Iwandi being unlocked from lane. If you're against now a Tristana and Renata that can just continually push in, that's also going to be harder. So the checklist for WE, in how we know they play, is not looking great right now. They're going to have to show us that they can overcome that.
And I want to point out that that point of the flash being burnt on Wayward as well is like, Rek'Sai is kind of like top lane Annie, you know, where, yeah, you can engage, but only if you have flash. Like, without flash, Rek'Sai, unless you find some kind of miracle flank, it's really difficult to find any consistent engage on this champion. You kind of need that flash available. We saw on the positive games from Wayward on this Rek'Sai, I think it was game 2 of the series, he roamed mid, made a big play on towards Angel, like, was able to influence the game. All of those plays were flash plays. That's how Rek'Sai works when you want to influence those lanes. So it does sort of mean you've got 5 minutes here for WE where Wayward won't be able to get out of that top lane, won't be able to have much of an impact on the rest of the map. And that's exactly what we kind of want to see from Wayward. That has been the way that this team has succeeded through their top lane.
So Wayward is now proxying the wave in top side. He has his Poppy on top side too. He's just taking grubs. That will be in trade for bot lane, just going to again being continually shoved in. Dragon going down in favor of OMG as well. It's going to be the Chemsec first one down. With, that gives you heal and shield power, of course, and it gives you the tenacity as well. It's quite valuable, I suppose, in terms of what are you going to get around that? terms of heals and shields. It doesn't apply to lifesteal. Pretty sure it does apply to Udyr though, which is kind of annoying when he goes to
Yeah,
stats.
it's on hit healing, right, as opposed to lifesteal.
Really nasty. So I think basically they coded heal and shield power to not affect lifesteal anymore. I think that got a little bit broken for a little while. It was really annoying in Arena when you had so many forms of healing and lifesteal. So they just said, look, we've got to separate these two out. Heal all the same though. OMG, I like the base stats of that one. We don't always talk about the base stats of some of the dragons besides, you know, Infernal and Mountain. Actually quite valuable in this game.
Yeah, I can see that as well. The early game strength of it. Udyr definitely the best champion for using a lot of different traits, honestly, because his kit is so varied.
Everything.
Yeah, it does get a lot of value from those early game objectives. WE, as always, you anticipate a reasonably slow one. Anyway, you've got the Karma in the mid lane, you've got Zeri AD carry. They're quite happy to scale things up. You see, Tibbers was used in the mid lane. Didn't actually get any damage down onto Fofo by the looks of things, but will just be used as well to get priority to be able to clear these waves. And Angel finally gets to answer one minion wave. Fofo's had prio this entire laning phase.
Oh, that's why it didn't do anything. It missed. See that in the picture-in-picture. Right, okay. So I was just wondering if it was going to be, oh, he ulted into a shield and Merc Treads. That's it. Nope, just straight up misses. Close run stuff. And we talked about the importance of this kind of series symbolically for both these mid laners trying to find themselves a new home really after so many years bouncing between teams. I think, Fofo and Angel both been on 3-4 teams. They never really stayed on a team longer than a year for the past kind of era of their different careers. But stuff like that, it's very close to hitting. Didn't quite combo up with Xiaofeng there. Xiaofeng himself trying to make himself a home at OMG, coming up as a rookie player. It's a bit of an awkward moment.
Yeah, it feels like for Fofo, you know, he's kind of been moving each year. For Angel, though, like, his last 3 splits have been on different teams, you know. Had all of his time on Suning, that then became Weibo, spent a year on that Weibo roster. Was replaced by Xiao, who then spent, you know, 1 split on RNG, 1 split on NIP, neither of them really working out for him. Now joins OMG. Cube could be in trouble in the top side, but then again, here's Udyr, so he's just going to walk away.
Does not care for your mortal concerns like junglers and wave control. He will push the wave and then he will run away. Ghost has gone down, and that's fine for him. It's a summoner gone, but it's not particularly the most valuable thing taken away by a hang in the jungle. Worth noting, of course, you know, once you hit level 3, level 4 on Poppy, you want to get involved in the game more often than not. This game, it's not really been an early game Poppy performance. Now, you do have a lot of value into late game team fights because you can, you know, throw away parts of this team composition. The Poppy ultimate can be very important when OMG are looking to 5v5, and you can also stop the Tristana and the Lee Sin getting themselves a lot of different value in these team fights as well. But still, you know, early game Poppy value, that's a little bit of a concern. This champion typically wants to start getting gold advantage under their belts.
See if Hung can find a way into the game. As you know, after the first game, I thought this maybe Cube had figured this matchup out, but the longer the series has gone on, the better Wayward has looked up in this top lane, consistently putting pressure on now. Cube is out of mana. He's going to have to head back to base. Does have his TP coming just off a cooldown now, so he will be able to return to that top lane. Wayward doing a good job of getting some pressure down in that top side. I mean, we talked about the level 1 chunk. It has not had any impact in the top lane whatsoever. No. First 3 groups taken by WE, though. This time around, OMG move up to the top side.
See that they didn't pop the ghost just yet, forcing the jump out of Abel. That's fine by him. Curse your shard, very good lane. Now there's no jump here, and you've just hit the ult there. That is a dead Tristana.
I mean, it's easy as that, isn't it? First blood for WE. Stay sets it up. Iwandi and Hung knock it out of the park.
So, PP God, kind of shown that he was on reset. Isn't there to protect his AD carry? Abel had pushed up way too far and couldn't clear that next wave. Bad bot lane positioning by OMG's duo. No one there to save them. Good gold on the board, and it's to stays. Zeri as well had a very good game 2 of that one. So that's going to be a bit of a concern now for OMG. And we were just talking about getting Poppy on the board early. It's a little later, but does help with that bot side dive, so helps out in that regard. Now, Dragon up in 30 seconds. OMG, if they were to get that one, it would be a nice victory for them to get themselves that stacking down. Abel didn't blow any summoners, importantly, in that last play either. So WE, they might have taken the immediate golden pocket. They do have great vision control after controlling the bot side of the map, but they have just used a lot of summoners, and OMG might have more combat power now as a result of that.
The one big thing is they got that static shiv. Abel Not having much power on that Tristana right now as Hung just dives over the wall. Double knockup with the ultimate as well.
Oh,
Fofo
no.
there to support with damage. Tibbers does just nothing. So I'm not sure if he missed or if Hung just... If Merc Treads is enough to completely mitigate the ult at this
I
point.
don't know whether he had the passive stacked up. He drops it down, gets no value for it. And, you know, the Merc Treads are there anyway. You're absolutely right. So despite the fact that OMG, they had the combat power advantage. You know, a summoner's down on WE. There are some ultimates down as well. They can't set up appropriately to get into River before they kind of panic and press their buttons. We've said that both these teams, they've had their struggles with objective and particularly Dragon setups. It's another kind of reminder of that one. As WE get that Dragon.
Tough to watch as well from Angel having such a bad game when he was one of the players on OMG that we were coming in saying he could be the deciding factor here.
Shafang off of
Oh,
vision.
boy.
He's gone behind him. That's what the observers. There we go. There's the kick.
In he goes, gets the kick. The bomb is there. Xiaofeng finds a kill, finds a way in, and finds a lifeline for OMG. It felt like they were against the ropes. Now an opportunity.
Right, this is important because now Tristana can get a bomb on tower potentially. They can't even do that. I think Abel really needs a reset. As you called out earlier, he didn't get himself that first item. It's a real shame. If he could have used that opportunity to get a bomb onto tower that's maybe 1 or 2 plates, some good gold in pocket, can't quite manage that one. He needs to reset, get himself that first item, because if he were to reset later, maybe OMG couldn't turn up for something around topside, around Herald. That might be an indication that they want to play towards that one instead of going towards bot side and getting a load of gold there. Xiaofeng flash, ward hop. It's not the ward hop flash. It's very quick combo. Stay cannot react to that one in time. It's absolutely decked.
Boot to the face from Xiaofeng. You love to see it. He's gone for the Eclipse as well. This is going to be quite a scary Lee Sin. I do wonder how much value he'll be able to get against the Poppy later on in the game, but right now, he is hitting like a freight train and stay. Taking a chunk from Abel as well, who now has finished that Kraken Slayer. He can be a little bit more aggressive, and without the supports in the picture, suddenly this bot lane doesn't look so easy for the Zeri. It becomes very, very difficult to trade against the Tristana.
I know an Abel, very confident Tristana player. He's played it again as a kind of pocket pick across the last few years, even when it's been falling out of meta for bot lane specifically. He's brought it back a fair amount of time. Is the handshake going to land? No, it isn't. It's W'd away from by O1D. So remember, Abel chose not to stay in bot side and put a bomb on tower. He decided to go for a quick reset and then get himself back out onto the map more quickly. I was wondering whether that'd be towards something like a Herald, but it feels like with 80 carries both just trading wave clear with explosive charge and then that shiv. Doesn't really feel like there's been a bot side advantage claimed from that. And Herald right now not going to be taken on spawn.
You know that Static Shiv is a strong item when Tristana's not getting prio over Zeri.
Yes.
Like, that's how you know Static Shiv is real strong right now. Tristana, there's barely any lanes that doesn't get priority. The passive wave clear from the E, but yeah, fantastic stuff here. Coming out from WE, able to weather the storm mostly against OMG. Xiaofeng found that one play, but no objectives off of it. Hung waiting by the wall. Tibbers comes down, but does absolutely nothing again, and Iwandi just bolts out of there. He was moving at the speed of light.
Yeah, you can see that you know, Angel already landed the stun from the Q. Doesn't end up using the Tibbers that well. I guess he has Malignance, so you know, between Malignance and Boost, his ult haste is on like 80 or something. Angel's going to get caught down here. He does have stun left up again, so it's not going to be that much achieved by WE there. Is Xiaofeng just baiting out the W.
Tibbers kind of winning the 1v3 there, honestly. Doing so much damage across the team. Will be answered there by Fofo's Mantra Q, though. Does make things difficult to follow up on. Drake not up for another minute and a half. It's one apiece so far. Herald up on the top side of the map. We're even on Grubs. Gold is within touching distance. This is the game we have been waiting for. Both teams actually have win conditions. Neither team has completely fallen apart in the first few minutes. Maybe we actually get somewhat of an even game here. It's Angel. Oh, gets a stun, and the Q lands as well. Stay 1 HP and burn down. Angel finds his mark. Answer onto Xiaofeng, though, as the root will come on through. Angel gets the shield onto his jungler, but it will not save him. 1 for 1 in the bottom side.
Oh, Xiaofeng just overstaying a little too long after getting a great kill on to stay. Angel picks it up, but it's really Xiaofeng that ends up doing the lion's share of the work in that one. Dragon, minute, Herald up right now. Both those objectives have been kind of not been set up for necessarily. It's more about trying to play through these lanes and try and play towards some kills like this. Angel teleporting behind Fofo.
Fofo tries to get out. This time the Tibbers hits, and this time Fofo has nowhere to go. He's burning down. He's trying to survive and buy time, but it will not matter. Angel now 2 kills. He's gone from missing Tibbers in lane and achieving nothing to suddenly he's 2-0, and it's reminiscent of that first game of the series.
I also appreciate PP God flashing away from the second part of the W so that you didn't get an extra healing there on the Karma. This is the great kill onto Stay though. Tries to get the stun onto Stay as he's in tower aggro. Doesn't quite manage to do that, but still, enough damage with his jungler to get that one finished off, despite the fact that Angel was very low HP. It's nice kill there. Then Xiaofeng just doesn't realize that Fofo's roved out. He gets completely obliterated by the one item spike of that Karma. Of course, things go beyond that point. We were saying that, oh wait, hang on, that's an instant take of the Heralds. And then it's an instant proc of it. You can charge it into mid lane right now. Will it kill straight up? I guess it will.
I think so. I think it's okay.
That's fine. I think that was a mistaken put down at first, potentially, but all the same, it's going to be 2 slams into mid lane. So you know what? All's well that ends well. 2 charges into mid lane. That's valuable from WE.
We'll say it was on purpose. That's going to be a tier 2 taken in the mid lane.
Yeah, no, good value. You know what? Credit to it. That's one of the better Herald plays that we've seen. Most of the time, you don't see a clean
maybe it wasn't by
take.
accident. Maybe it wasn't by accident, honestly. Maybe just going for the tempo play as Flash over the wall, Xiaofeng in trouble. Oh, he misses the Q on the Drake. Manages to get over to Angel, though, so he's still alive, but Stay makes short work of that fact. And Tibbers, not long for this world. Angel, not long for this world, because Hung has found him on the flank as well. The snowballing from WE has been clean.
And their Dragon setup has been so much cleaner than OMG's. You can see that Hung and Iwandi have done a really good job of putting vision around the areas of the map that they want to fight. And OMG have not been prepared for that. They've been caught out when they've been going towards bot side of River. You see that even though Xiaofeng and Angel played well through the bot lane in that last phase of play, they can't make that happen again. It's going to be a free Dragon over side of WE as a kind of a consequence of that. The extra kill gold is definitely not going to be a miss as well. It's Poppy starting to get into this mid game really, really effectively. Kind of criticized a bit of the early game, saying that they weren't really getting involved. You know what? He's done a really good job getting onto the board beyond that point. OMG cannot afford to be this sloppy around vision and walking into the big, big damage of the Karma at one item and the CC of the Poppy.
Just going straight past the tower using his tunnels here. Obviously, Xiaofeng in the area. I don't think it would have been safe to proxy there, as Iwandi will spot out the OMG jungler. Actually, nearly managed to get the blue buff with the Q there. It was like 20 HP. Xiaofeng will secure his caps. PP God trying to move in and deny the potential vision that Iwandi was looking for. That control ward will be protected by Iwandi, and Hung moves in as well. So complete vision dominance in this top side for WE. So they try and set up for a tier 1 tower. I don't think they can quite finish it here, but good bit of damage done.
So this is one of the things which I've really not been confident about from OMG. I'm not a big fan of it. When you see W moving towards topside like this, you see that Abel was running towards topside, looking for a fight, but they're not looking for a cross map. You see that Angel's got a teleport ready now, but Abel, he doesn't know where he wants to be. He's cleared out mid-wave. He's slow to potentially respond to something topside now as well. WE get themselves a top lane tower, and OMG are not in position for a clean cross map. WE, once they get Iwandi and Wayward onto the map and able to get control of their various lanes, they are very, very good at orchestrating the map beyond that point. And considering how poorly they managed to stick towards that identity, towards the back half of the split, they've done a great job of it in the series today. Fantastic wall slam. The Dragon setup on top of their vision has been so potent. Stay flips over the wall, does a bit of roller skating. Maybe he's playing some Tony Hawk's Pro Skater after that one. By the way, that one's been a hell of a lot of kick flips into the face of OMG. They walk away with a great bot side play.
S+ combo coming out as he gets his grind on.
Gnarly,
I think that was a FS crooked grind over the wall there.
Yeah, definitely one of those. Definitely not 50-50. That was 100% in their favor.
Yeah.
So that's good.
But
I know a couple of moves.
I used to skate all the time. I've got a friend that was a semi-pro skater. Shout out Rowan if he's watching. But yeah, either way, this is a hell of a lead from WE. And honestly, I'm just disappointed in OMG compared to some of the games we've seen this year. It felt like we could see more from them. But I'm also very impressed by WE. I'm a little bit like, WE, if you could do this all along, what were some of those regular season games? Like, I literally talked to you in prepping for this series. I was like, what on earth changes for WE between their wins and their losses? Because they feel like totally different teams. Feels like that in this series as well, as they've started Baron off, and it doesn't seem like OMG are even aware that this is going on.
And
They're
once
going to be
again,
forced away.
They
This
don't
is
have
gonna
the
be Baron
vision.
down.
They don't have the vision. They have a blue trinket, but they cannot approach. Baron gets burned down, and once again, the objective control from WE is just superior.
And they go for Wayward, who, let's be honest, there's no universe you're killing this Rek'Sai right now. Flashes out to safety. WE, they not only get themselves a Baron, they get out of dodge without a single casualty. It cost them a single Rek'Sai flash and stays Ghost. That's all it cost for Baron.
Superb vision control in the mid game from WE. He got them the Dragon earlier, gets them the Baron here. And OMG, they are losing the information warfare in this game. To say that they could hold onto the Poppy ult after the Baron is down to potentially use as a disengage to get away from that play says an awful lot. That Poppy ult can stop you from getting a steal. It can stop the fight from ever transpiring. And WE, serious credit for them for once again just pulling OMG apart.
Oh, Angel flashes, keeps him away from the stun from Hung. Will survive, but I mean, Annie without flash is, I mean, it's a large minion at this point. It just feels useless.
That one's going to be just a gold donation over to the other side. Feels like it is WE just making a stop to build a bear. Got the bear step. Well, it's not the bear step to the top side anyway from Udyr, but it has just been pedestrian for them. They've walked away from the early game, and it has really felt like OMG have not had much to say about it. They haven't had the vision to say about it. They can't look for the pile-on 5v5 team fights if they don't have the vision. They do not have the infrastructure in wards to fight against WE.
Look at all the red dots on the minimap, both wards and Rek'Sai tunnels from Wayward. And the siege will just continue all day long. Wayward, by the way, 300 gold bounty while 0-0-0 in this game. He's been farming up a storm on the side lane. He's over 10 CS per minute on that Rek'Sai, and the amount of threat that he's putting on OMG, it just feels suffocating.
Now here comes the kick!
Oh! The kick is found! Xiaofeng gets his team back into the game just as it felt like hope was gone for OMG. Xiaofeng makes his way onto the server. Fofo trying to escape with his life, but I don't think there's a way out of this one. Big damage coming out from Abel as he hops away from the healing. A cube will finish the job. OMG are back on the board.
They're gonna get themselves a dragon, and what is vision control to a blind monk? Lee Sin kick in the late game. It is top draw stuff. He does that into a highly mobile AD carry with summoners available with a Poppy on the enemy team. That is a top draw Lee Sin play, which might just save the game and the series for OMG. Angel goes out to push out bot side, and OMG extend the timer on this game a little more. Means that WE can't just say that they have to turn up to a soul fight for the next dragon. It's 2 dragons apiece now, and it's gold on the board. Abel has an infinity edge. He's going to get towards what I'd imagine will be a Lord Dominus regards after as well. These are 2 very, very increased item damages on the new item, on the new patch as well. Extra arm penetration, extra AD, extra crit chance, crit damage rather as well. He's going to be so strong. But this is on top of a Poppy. How do you find this against the anti-dash champion? Xiaofeng, take a bow. That is clutch.
Fantastic kick coming out from him. The flash Warthog kick to get on. And honestly, Stage is not having the reactions. It feels like they're not even remotely ready for Xiaofeng to make that happen. 2 kills in the fight as well. And Xiaofeng, this has not been the best series we've seen in his career, but that just about makes up for it. He's kept OMG in the game now. He's kept them in the series. Now trying to contend as WE look for their wolves, look for more control in the top side of the map. WE going back to that game plan of playing through vision control, but OMG more confident now to contest them.
Well, I think as soon as they get towards 3 items, that will be a really dangerous moment for WE. I think as soon as you get Abel with 3 items, you can blow up that first target really strongly. A lot of the AD carry items are buffed up on this patch. Talked about a little bit before. You see that Abel feeling more confident walking forwards. Doesn't have the 3 items yet, but definitely has himself some confidence which wasn't there before. WE need to be careful. Can't sleepwalk your way into another big fight for OMG.
You certainly can't. Luckily for OMG, Baron has timed out and there's no neutral up for another couple of minutes, so they have a reprieve from the pressure that has been, let's be honest, it's been tantamount over the last few minutes in the game. WE have really been putting their foot down. But actually, when you look at, if we just cut down to brass tacks, it's only a 2,000 gold lead right now for WE. Yes, they have a big advantage when it comes to the amount of space they've gathered. They've got a tier 2 in mid and in bot lane, but they're not that far ahead in the game overall.
No, and particularly because Stay is not going to be going towards armor armor pen items. Neither is Fofo in terms of magic resist cutting as well. Cube can be a very strong front line. When you look at Abel, he's going to get himself towards some really high damage sooner or later. So it feels like if you're playing a straight front to back, I think OMG have got themselves a decent shot at it. They'd like to take out Stay first. They'd love to do that. 3 items, Navori. It's a really strong item on this. Hung caught out. That's a big pick.
Hung forced to flash there. His W comes out too. He will survive. But that's Poppy's flash now on cooldown. Obviously, this is a Hex Flash champion, not the end of the world for him, but a really nice potential pick. And that feels like the way OMG have to play, right? They need picks. They need to find these opportunities to punish.
And particularly because you get so much ultimate haste by building the Malignants and then the Sork Shoes as well. It's something like on your ultimate 70 haste and then something like another 10 on top of that from runes as well, potentially too. That's almost half your cooldown of your ultimate. And when you're in towards late game as well, that tip is it's already halfway off cooldown. That pick is very, very easy to do if you don't have to commit your flash to it. Of course, even the boots give you even more flash cooldown. WE, you walk away living from that one. But again, it's a bit of a stat check. You have to be very careful.
Angel's going to do a lot of damage as well, you can see. Not going for the movement speed, not going for the Shurelias there to try and set up picks. He just wants to be able to burst people, and I think that's the right decision, because these are going to be short fights that OMG wants for themselves. Shielding coming out as the fight for mid-prio continues. Baron is up on the map, and Hung trying to start this fight. Good disengage from OMG, and now with Hung's ultimate on cooldown, perhaps they can fight.
That's going to be a good redemption through as well. Redemption, big value to reset the table a little bit. Ghost down from Stay and from Cube, so a little bit less mobility. Abel, you know, we talked about him maybe going towards something like the Lord Dominus Regards. He's gone for the Phantom Dancer instead. Wants to outrun the fight, use the extra attack speed for extra, just continued DPS alongside the Renata. Won't be able to cut through the front line quite as easily though. Wayward cutting off the wave again. It has become a bit of an ARAM. We try and look towards priority as the objectives are starting to spawn. Baron's up, Dragons in 30 seconds. If you get mid lane, it means you can walk kind of in a more safe manner rather than walking through these jungle chokes where WE have vision. That's why OMG want to push out mid, get safely into it.
Oh god. Wayward's behind them though. This feels so dangerous for OMG. They don't know that he's managed to find the flank, but Wayward just isn't tanky enough. Nearly goes down, ults to safety and flashes out as well. Hung goes in by himself as Cube is tanking the rest of the team. The knockabout from Iwandi though denies the follow-up.
Abel
surviving only just as Abel dives in, but he's exhausted and can't finish the kills. Xiaofeng now trying to get in the mix as well. Abel so close to getting the recess, but the health bars survive for WE. Redemption for sustain, and OMG finally get river control.
The carries of OMG between them do about 12,000 damage in that fight, and only one person dies. Angel's down as well, but when you've got Abel here with so many DPS items, the Baron is going to shred. WE must find a way to contest. Here comes Fofo, his flash.
PP God is so low at this point, but the mantra doesn't land, and it means that Baron can continue. Iwandi's here, Hung is here, but the smite should come on down. It's only just taken 1 HP on the Baron for a sec there. As Xiaofeng now tries to escape, he should just be sacrificed. Abandon ship, OMG. They got the Baron, they lose their jungler, but they walk away with the neutral objective.
It's another clutch wall stun coming in for the Poppy. They've been really on point from Hung this game. WE, they would love to close this series here and now. It's been a long time waiting for Team WE to find a series victory over OMG in the LPL. The last time was 21 summer playoffs, so it's been about 2.5 years. Dragon has spawned Baron down for the side of OMG, and because of their retreat, they're not going to be in position really to contest this cleanly. They have to commit some teleports and once again walk over WE vision. You see that the problem here from the Rek'Sai is that you are just not a hyper tank. Instant CC gets out with the ult and the flash, but very lucky to do so. And the Renata ult buys enough space for Abel to get some really good damage down on the other side. Once the big cooldowns have already through, we're starting to see Xiaofeng actually do some big damage in the way that he couldn't in previous games. Once you've got the Poppy W down, once you've got the Rek'Sai kind of out of the equation too, this Lee Sin is actually starting to do a good amount of work in the late game.
That fight was so close to an ace. Like, if the exhaust isn't there on Abel, the split second he's in there, that's an ace. If Angel can finish that kill onto Stay, it could lead to a one fight as well. Wayward spotted on a ward this time. That flank from Wayward to start it off was crucial for WE, but They just can't actually win the fight. In terms
Oh, the
of the
catch!
numbers, it's happened again! Stay is caught again. This time he survives. Bomb on his head is taken away, and he goes down anyway. The bomb finishes the job. Detonated. Oh, the bailout isn't going to be enough, though. Xiaofeng has fallen. Wayward manages to get out with his life, and suddenly it's 1-for-1.
It's 1-for-1, but with the AD carry down, that favors OMG. I don't think they can deal with the damage difference now. We're able to walk up towards that tower. The pop ult clears minions, but not champions. Tower down, and with the Baron buff still running, they will have the increased kind of durability of the creeps to keep walking forwards.
Cube just goes straight underneath the tower as well. Hung and tanky enough for this one. Just walks in 1v4 after Cube has separated the rest of his team off. And now, with the staggered death timers, this is an opportunity for OMG to try and finish things out. The mid lane inhib tower going down as Cube just zones everybody away. I don't think OMG are going to push this any further. They'll take them in inhib. They can move up top for a tier 2 if they want. But still, a huge gold swing in their favor.
How is Xiaofeng finding these Lee Sin kicks against this enemy team? Stay, he's been largely very safe in the games that W have played. You can really see, though, it's very hard to do so when you've got Lee Sin with this kind of angle on you. He stays a little too close, potentially to the wave. What happens here? Yep, he just stays too close. Ward hop, flash kick in, Stay absolutely obliterated. The thing about this Tristana build, there's no Navori for a second bomb in the fight, but with the Infinity Edge, oh my god! The damage on the single target, first target in, is absolutely monstrous from Abel. Takes down that first kill. Yes, Xiaofeng goes down, but the AD carry on the other side is so much more worthwhile.
Yep.
We do now have Lord Dominic's Regards coming in for Tristana, so if we do kind of rack up all of the AD carry changes, extra 10% crit damage on that Infinity Edge coming through on that item, extra armor penetration coming through from the Lord Dominic's Regards as well. I think it's an extra 35% pen now overall. Abel is an absolute walking fountain laser. WE cannot afford to let this guy get the free hits off. At least Stay has himself that same item as well on the 4-item Zeri. Let's see which AD carry can do the real game-winning work.
PP got caught out. This is a disaster, and he goes down without even using the bailout. Suddenly, OMG, it felt like they were in control, and PP God just steps too far. He had flash, he had bailout, and he just goes down.
Goes down, can't even use that flash. So important for him to go down there as well. Has Mikhails and has Redemption. Could use a Redemption from the grave, but even like not having that Mikhails on the table, very important. WE, do they think the time is now? How much can they get from this? They're using Redemption, heals up the minions too. How much can they get out of this?
Can they just end the game here? Stay needs to survive, needs to not be kicked back, but it's on cooldown right now, with the first tower being whittled away as Cube moves in. Xiaofeng getting some damage down, but Hung is so low, and Abel is just annihilating health bars, but he's knocked up by Wayward! Denied! Naruto not quite landing onto Cube, there's no minion wave. WE still sticking around though, they're gonna go for the next wave instead.
Okay, so Angel ults up in just a few seconds time. Can he use the Tibbers to clear the wave? That might just save the series for OMG. W would not like to let that happen.
WE haven't beaten OMG since summer 2021, but this could be the moment, or maybe not, as Hung is caught out. Wayward behind enemy line, Stay trying to survive as long as he can, and Xiaofeng is going to go down. The bailout's not quite enough to save him, as Cube cannot finish the Zeri. The machine gun is
Stay's
too
alive.
strong. Stay survives on 1 HP. PP God versus the world, and I think the world is a little bit too strong, because this is the world's elite stepping up to the fountain. 3-1 as they take down OMG for the first time in years, and WE move forward to round 2 of playoffs.
OMG, they were ahead of Team WE by a single game score in the regular season. Both finished on 8-8. There was one game between them. There's 2 games which separates them here in this series. As WE, they slumped in the back end of this split. They were not a team which we had a lot of confidence in, but oh my word, they have marked their authority on this series. I think I think Wayward had fantastic breakout series here after having a great split in general. They were on fine form today. They will move on to face NIP in the next round of the playoffs in the top half of the bracket. Bottom half will start tomorrow as we get ourselves a break on this side. WE, this team has become a really interesting team to watch. If they get their preferred form of macro, and they do get themselves that roaming support, that pressure, impactful, high kill participation top, WE look good today.
WE looked fantastic today. Honestly, game number 1 was a bit of a disaster from them. And this game, I was a little bit worried it was going to go a similar way for OMG. They felt like they were starting to roll out of control a little bit. But WE across the series, I mean, drafting, I think they were far and away the better team here today. But in terms of execution in the game as well, I think fantastic stuff. Couple of question marks around Stay. I'm not going to lie. The first kick was absolutely beautiful from Xiaofeng. That second kick on the minion wave, that was a bit of a blunder from Stay as well. So a bit of a mixed bag there. There are definitely things to work on for WE. But overall, like a far better performance than I think many people were expecting from them today.
No, and towards the second half of this split, WE, we thought they could be a top 4 team. They fumbled the back half of it. There's no easy way to say that. They looked bad. They looked like they were off form. They were not coordinating well as a team. I think particularly jungle and support were very off the same page, and I think most of that was actually on Hung rather than on Iwandi. His last game on the Poppy here today, clutch as hell. Get some huge plays with the flash wall stun, and I think just on the whole, WE as a team, we saw them just have a better structure to the game. Much better at setting up for objectives, much better at putting vision down. And yes, while the team fights didn't all go in their favor, partly due to some great individual playmaking, particularly out of Xiaofeng and out of Abel as well, they were the better overall holistic team than OMG.
Yeah, definitely the case today as WE will walk forwards in our bracket, and it does mean that their next opponent now will be NIP. That is going to be a challenge. NIP, while they haven't been the kind of, I think a lot of people came into the split hoping for a top 4 level performance out from this team, and they definitely haven't been that just yet. Definitely a lot of big, I mean, Rookie in the mid lane, for example, is always going to be a challenge no matter who you are. Definitely will be an exciting series, and we'll see WE tested once again by a team with a very different style to OMG. So I'm quietly excited for this upper side of the bracket because, you know, WE now up against NIP. If they win that series, they're then going to go up against FPX, which again, another very different style team. This wouldn't just be an incredible gauntlet run from WE if they were able to make it into the 3rd round. It would also be them showing that they can play many styles to win.
Yeah, and at least be able to deal with many styles. I think that WE, they've shown a lot of comfort. I think the question is, can teams deny them this ideal style of play for Team WE? Because I thought that was going to be the case today. I don't think that showed itself at all. Game 1, we saw that, Iwandi and Wayward, they really struggled to get involved in the game. But besides that, they were very, very high impact. And I think that OMG, they'll walk away pretty heartbroken from this, I think. There were ways that they could have walked themselves into draft. I think their drafts were really not on point today as well. Always two sides to it. WE, great drafts. OMG kind of walked into them somewhat as well. Now, NIP, they looked pretty good in their last few series coming in from regular season. They were also a team, though, that which a lot of people had doubts about because it felt like their schedule was a little bit fake for a while. They lost against a lot of the top teams. Their last series versus Top Esports, they brought them to late game and only lost out in late game clutch moments. Now, right here, we saw that WE clutched out a couple of those late game moments as well. But NIP are not going to be a pushover, particularly, I think, in the mid lane global champion shared pool. That's going to be very interesting to watch as well. This is going to be an uphill battle. The climb starts here.
It certainly does, and it's going to be a challenge. The top 6 in the LPL are a terrifying list of teams. Like NIP and LNG are the weakest of the top 6. LNG feel like they've come back on form. Like you say, NIP really challenging top esports. It's definitely a difficult bracket to make your way through, but WE have earned their right to try. They will move forward to round 2 up against NIP. And tomorrow as well, we get to move to the bottom side of the bracket and look at Weibo versus IG, which will be, I think, quite an exciting series in of itself. Obviously, IG, not the greatest end to the split, could be a little one-sided, but if IG can channel that prime IG that we got earlier on in the year, maybe that could be a fantastic series. Let's take a look at our post-game, though, as we round out our first series of 2024 Spring Playoffs.
God, the roller coaster. That is an LPL goal graph, folks. That's the one which you must be, like, I don't know, 1.50 meters tall to ride this roller. I don't know what the theme park, like, height requirements are anymore. You gotta be tall, folks. You gotta be strapped in. You gotta be maybe putting in a mouth guard as well, because there were a couple of slaps across the face from both of these teams. I think real shout out to Iwandi and Wayward again, but this last game I really think was on Hang on this Poppy in the jungle. I think that he had some great wall stuns and set things up beautifully into the mid game. He did a really good job of just leveraging off of the vision control, which WE was so far ahead on, to make sure that game was won in their favor, despite there being a pitfall or two.
It feels like WE playing very much a slower style. I mean, honestly, when you look at LCK playoffs, that comp from WE really fits in with that style of things. OMG trying to be a bit more aggressive with the Annie in the mid lane, with the Tristana down bot, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. Shout out to Xiaofeng in that last game. Really, some really, really nice kicks from him, but unfortunately, his series overall leaving a lot of questions to be answered. And to be honest, I'm quite disappointed in OMG today. Like, I feel like we should have seen more from them, from what we've seen across the course of the split. We have seen some real quality out from this team, but unfortunately, in playoffs today and across the whole split, it's not been there consistently. It has been on and off, and today was off.
These are two teams which have had to do a lot of self-discovery. A lot of teams in the LPL have, because you're not able to play around Herald in the same way you were before, because Grubs have replaced First Herald. You've not been able to play around the map in the same way, because the terrain has changed as well.
Yeah.
Items have changed. We don't have Mythics anymore. And I feel like OMG have done a great job of figuring out that first step into figuring how they wanted to play. WE went a step further today, though, and I think OMG, they were felt a little bit lacking in that regards. I do think that still, to recover the way that they did after what was a not great start of the split, they've done a good job at that. And no, I'm going to be sad to see them go. I would have liked to see more of this exciting team play more games, but W were clearly the better team today. Despite the fact that I thought that they were coming in as underdogs today due to stylistic differences, they proved me wrong. I'm happy to be proved wrong. The more good gameplay that we see, the happier that I am. And I really think in this game, the good gameplay came from the structure that WE played around. Stay coming in as a rookie AD carry to this roster as well from the LDL, playing in place of Prince, who of course has had some big name tenures on different regions now at this point. Yes, there were some questions about his gameplay, but when he actually came to doing some big plays, besides this one being on the back end of them, he did some good damage numbers as well. So it's not all negative there as well. The end of this story is WE, they built off of what they showed in the regular season more than I thought they would do today, and it leaves them alive to try again. And I want to see how far this team can go.
I'm excited to see the rest of the run from WE. I love the timing, though, of you complimenting Stay just as we get a replay of him getting absolutely annihilated in the mid lane. Wayward playing the Rek'Sai really, really well across the course of this series as well. As Xiaofeng desperately trying to carry this game, Abel doing so much damage. This was that fight, wasn't it, where we saw, Angel actually just burns down, and that's how he ends up going down. But everyone walked away with barely any HP. Stay, that was the play I was talking about before. It's like, okay, that one was just disrespectful. Stay, you really should not be that far forward in that kind of play. Xiaofeng able to finish that one off. But overall, the play's still ultimately working out in favor of WE, and Fofo doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Last game really felt like it should have gone OMG's way as well after those close plays. It felt like it was in the script. WE tore that one up. And they get themselves their first victory over OMG as an organization in the LPL since 21 summer playoffs. It's been a long time. It's not a record which I thought would be so recently in favor of OMG. No, they had that fantastic roster with Cream, Aki, and Shanji of recent years. And they were a team which wanted to go that step beyond, but both these teams moving into a very different era. No Shanks, no hope for the side of for WE now. As they've been playing with them for the last year, it really felt like Team WE, they woke up today. There's not a WE that I necessarily expected to be on this form. I'm happy to see them play so well.
Yeah. I love that little shot of Warhorse at the end there as well. You just saw like a split second of Warhorse cheering in the coaching room at the end of the game. 3-1 on the scoreboard as they finish the series out, and he'll be very happy with the way that one's gone. Especially with, I feel like when you were looking at the way OMG were looking to win the games versus the way WE were looking to win the games, it's like WE were coming in with a very clear game plan and trying to play to it. So it feels like those wins are very like kind of tick box wins, which I think if you're a coach watching your team play, that's the kind of style you really want to see. That's the kind of thing that you can walk away with your head held high when it's such a clean finish like that.
It means it's replicable as well. Doing the text box, you just say like, look, this is what we need. Objectively, we can aim towards these now, and you can work towards that. It's much easier to play towards that style when you know how you win. I think OMG, hell, I mean, even in previous iterations of OMG, I'm not even sure if they knew how they win as well. It's just like, roll the dice, short, cool, we're rolling, nice, cool, let's go, Shanji Kasante, or Rumble, or Kriya Monokali. There were a couple of moments like that, and of course, Abel and his choice champions, like the Tristana and the Aphelios, those were win conditions for this team before, and sadly, it wasn't enough here today. WE, the problem is, with having a replicable playstyle, is that other coaches can then look at you and say, how do we get under your skin? That was why I thought they might lose today. They didn't. They were much more prepared for their style and to enable it in multiple ways than I thought it was able to. But the further they go into playoffs, the more that coaches and players are going to see gameplay and game plans and find ways to get out from under that. So WWE, they'll need to innovate. They'll need to get themselves some more depth before they can really compete. I think that when you've got an MVP like Hung in the Jungle from this last game, yes, the goal difference is one thing, but his power plays with wall stuns throughout were so crucial.
I love the massive bass drop as the hammer hits on the replay there. I feel like I'm watching a montage right now. That's exactly what we're watching because Hung grabs himself the MVP. You already called out the setup he was bringing to the table to make so many of these plays happen. Fantastic to see. Great game on the Poppy, and honestly, he's not played that much Poppy this year, but when I think of Hung, Poppy is one of the champions that comes to mind because I feel like every time we do see it, he just has a fantastic performance.
Starting to build up a real reputation of that. All I can think of is that one clip. It's like, the birds are leaving, the animals are dying, the world's giving us, but we still got each other.
We've still got Hung's Poppy. Look at that side, somebody's drawn Hung's Poppy as well. That is legendary, fantastic to see. And, you know, rightly so. He's building a reputation for himself.
360 wall stun, I just can't.
Fantastic stuff to see. I mean, Hung, great day from him. Great day from him. Great day from WE overall. They can walk away happy with this one. And I mean, what else is there to say at this point? OMG, disappointing way to round out this split for them, but it was a new roster. Unfortunately, it's not really worked out. They've got a bit of time off now to figure things out before summer comes around. But for WE, things are looking pretty fantastic, and they will move forward in our bracket up against NIP. Tomorrow, we have another series coming your way. It's going to be Weibo versus IG as our next series in playoffs. But I believe that is just about it from us. Let's take a look at our results, as it is 3-1 to WE in the end.
No, and I predicted the opposite scoreline. I thought it'd be 3-1 to OMG. No, honestly, again, cannot stress this enough. WWE played really, really well today, comparative to the way that they did in the regular split. This is one of the magical things about LPL playoffs, though. Regular split only means so much. Every time we are surprised by one or two teams which just really kick it up into playoffs, and it feels like with the schedule of regular season and then playoffs as well, you are truly tested as a team. We do see that WE, they will move on to face NIP in just 2 days' time. That'll be an interesting series for sure. Tomorrow, as we've been saying before, Weibo and Victus Gaming, two teams which have been consistently inconsistent, trying to find their form at the most important moment.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's matchup. It's IG versus Weibo Gaming, and I feel like Weibo, after their end to the split, should be a reasonably heavy favorite going into that series. But IG, when they looked good, they looked great this year. Lien having some insane games, you know, YSKM and Wen up in the top side. Obviously, Wen coming in more recently. Definitely room for an upset in that second series, but we'll have to see what Weibo are bringing to the table. That is going to be it for day number 1 of playoffs, though. Thank you so much for watching, everyone. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Nymera to tell you the tale of this 3-1, but that is going to be it from us. We will see you in chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in chat tonight.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Hey, you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause I'm alive, I've been afraid of. I keep going for gold. I never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.